welcome in everybody. Friday night here. They are on the move. We are actively seeing that SWAT is in and around the area. It has been confirmed just about an hour ago. KVOA confirms the SWAT activity this evening is related to Nancy Guthrie investigation. Mimi says she's sick already. She said she's sick of watching everybody else. And look at my chat is already frozen again. We've already started. It's 4 nights in a row. Why not? I started out and I restarted my computer today. I got all set up. I was excited to come here. And here we go. Look at it. I can throw it on the screen. Look, frozen chat. Frozen chat. I have no idea what's going on with my chat. It's pretty annoying because I like to see all you guys chat along. I have the chat up here on the screen, the chat the way that you would see it. So I'm able to look up there, but I like to pull the chats up. You know, this is why we do this. But JLR looks like he's on the move. He was down in a neighborhood where they got an address, supposedly where SWAT was supposed to be in and around this area. And all of a sudden, everybody kind of media frenzied and started moving out. And they're trying to decide where they may go. They're hearing a different address right now, but it's about 45 minutes away. And yeah, I am the girl. That's the thing, is that they're trying to figure out, should they go? Should they not go? And Brian Enton is reporting, and I did see that he is following SWAT. Let's hear some audio here. Let's see what they're going to decide to do.
92 Morel. I heard that one.
Let me get some light.
Why didn't SWAT actually do this by now?
It's late getting on. I had to work. So get some light. Let me see if I can jump on X. And forgive me, I'm doing a little bit of work behind the scenes too. I'm downloading some files, so I might be a little slow. Let me see what Brian Enton.
Until we get another, I got 5 different addresses, so we can't really go.
Brian Enton 2 hours ago. Sheriff says DNA on the other Nancy Guthrie and those in close contact to her have been collected from her property. That's 2 hours ago.
Rogelio. That's the one that, remember when it first came out, that came from SWAT. We need to find that address, the Rogelio address.
Yeah, why would SWAT alert the media? Right. I think they're going to play.
Isn't that the river?
A lot of fakey tonight.
ROJELIO.
They're going to come in and grab people or grab someone. I think they're going to play fakey. They're not going to show their cards. They're not going to show their hands. Like, here we are. Everybody come along.
Do you hear sirens?
But hang on here. Let's see what we got. All right, now I got to chat again. This is great. Thank you, Mimi. Welcome in, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat. Hello.
Yes. Hello, Heather. Heather was tweeting at me today. So you're gonna get on live? I'm like, I'm gonna try to get on live. I promise.
I'll do when I get back.
As quick as I can.
Thank you.
I'm working.
Thank you for letting me
trying
know.
to do it.
Later.
Groundhog
Yeah,
Day.
folks, we're
They're going. That's where they're going eastward. So
they're going to that other one.
I got 2, 3, 4 different addresses right now. I'm just.
All right, let's see what they're gonna
like
do.
I said, it could be multiple addresses, so that's why we're seeing so many.
So my source is back at Nancy's house saying nothing's going on there. So
Nice to see you, Jane. Thanks for coming in. Smash that like button when you come in. And it is. It's Friday the 13th, and it does, Jerry.
This is SWAT.
All right, hang on.
east of what?
Palo Verde.
Where's that?
Let's listen here.
That's more down towards, back towards.
Is that us dealing with the SWAT?
Yeah.
So.
Okay, let's. Oliver says they're supposedly by Ventella Canyon Trail now. Definitely seems like some deliberate misinformation, a play by the cops and the feds. Could be, yeah, absolutely. Like, why would you tell or broadcast the perpetrators where you're going to be?
Nancy Griss said that they're in Marana.
You're in Marana?
Right, so that's about 45 minutes away.
That's what someone messaged me. I didn't hear it, but that's
from JLR.
Just messaged me.
Okay.
I mean, It's heard the Marina substation, correct?
Yeah.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of work behind the scenes as well as I'm streaming. So let's see. Welcome in, everybody. Smash that like
numerous
button.
media
Yeah,
outlets
subscribe.
have
Make
been
sure to
reporting
subscribe.
about Marina. That's where we're at. That's why I don't feel like we should leave Marina until we get some sort of concrete
Frozen chat again.
info.
Wouldn't be an LTL show without a frozen chat. And if it's your first time over here, my name is Brian, LTL Media. We're doing real-time updates here in Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping case.
See if I can play this audio.
SWAT is active. They are out. It is
Man,
active.
It's raining like crazy.
Let me
SWAT's
see
gonna
if
have
I
to
have any update.
rain.
So they're saying that SWAT, I'm here reading a report. Let me just turn this down for a second. I'm hearing report SWAT and bomb squad now staging in Marana, Arizona, traffic on scanners stating that it is related to Nancy Guthrie's case. So I don't know. JL might
Grace
be in
just
the wrong
reported that
area.
command center is still in Marana.
Send me an address if you can get them.
Marana. That's where we're at in Marana.
Oh, they're in
Now,
Marana.
where's all
Okay.
these cars going?
I think people are just all driving
Literally,
around.
some of these cars are following me.
There's a lot of media out there too. Did comment on that. Fox confirmed. Lynn says Fox confirmed. Okay. Ryan Anton won't say where he is. What Heather's
I
saying.
promise you that's where it is. Right? Okay, this guy's promising me, so we'll
And Andrea, thank you for becoming a Ghost Squad member, level 1.
That's where
Thank
he's
you.
saying. See how far that is.
All right, let me see if I have anything on X.
That's down by 81 East.
I mean, this is like wild case. Like, you know, like we heard Sheriff Nanos.
Is that first?
All right, let me just turn this down for a second. Oh, you know, we heard Sheriff Nanos released information. They were working with the FBI. Then they weren't working with the FBI. And then we got reports again today that he was working with the FBI and that everything's been reported is not accurate. We heard TMZ got another note today, another email today demanding more money to release the names of these said kidnapper or kidnappers. This is the most wildest case. And I put a tweet out today and I'm sitting there and I'm going, I don't know. Something just smells weird about this whole thing. It's not making sense. Let me adjust my light here. This whole thing is not making sense. It seems fishy. You know, what's going on? It's sketchy at this point, right? How are you guys all feeling? It's sketchy. It's very, very sketchy. And now we're hearing here that a cell phone was pinged, a potential suspect. I heard some reports about that. And now we have SWAT in and around the area. So I'm trying to figure it out. I know you guys are all trying to figure out. And I can't figure this out. Like, what is going on? What in the flip is going on? All right, let's listen to JLR here. Let's see if he's going to go on the move. It's very sketchy, right? And it has been a strange day. He's buffering.
Yeah, so this is what Red Rum
X is pretty quiet right now.
saying
All right, let's see. 58 minutes ago, breaking. One of the mobile command center units is staged at Ventura Canyon Trailhead parking lot located at 6601 North Resort Drive, providing support.
Definitely
All right, let me
tweet
this at JLR. See if he gets.
Yeah, I know that resort address 6601 Resort Drive. That's in Ventana. That's pretty far. So we would need to get for full.
And what he should, a lot of media and cars pulled out of this neighborhood. I personally think he should have just he should have went when he saw all of them going.
North Pasita. Because that's the one that originally came off the scanner.
Trying to get my light fixed. Well, welcome in, everybody. If this is your first time over here, please make sure to smash the like button, subscribe. We're trying to get to 60,000 subscribers. Maybe we can do it tonight, right? Maybe we can do it tonight. Maybe we can get past the 60,000 mark. Got about 1,000 people overall watching right now. We got 48 on X, 945 on YouTube, and about 30 people on Facebook. And you come over to my channel here on YouTube. If you're not subscribed, please come over, hang out in the chat. We had a great chat.
I can play it again.
But is that whose home is that? Like, I was looking at that house. Is that
SWAT is definitely on
the Airbnb that
the
the other people
move.
were staying at?
On the move, folks.
This is really close
In and
to
around
Thomas
the
More.
area. Is it going to happen tonight? Will we get resolution? Will they have a suspect in custody?
Like,
What is going to
literally,
happen
like,
here,
within
folks?
minutes.
So
And I'm just
John
looking at
DePietro
real-time
is- wow, he
updates.
said-
Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. Come hang out in the chat. Let's
We
see.
played the scanner. We just played the scanner. Yeah, I found the Rogelio address.
X is very quiet right now. All of the reporters that I've been
I'm
following
getting
on this
messages
case,
so
X is
fast I can't
very
even read
quiet.
them in the DM, so I'm trying to get to them.
X is very, very quiet right now, folks. Let's see.
So the one that I said when I played this one,
Yeah.
that's the one, the Rogelio address nearby.
But were they talking about anything
X is
related to
really,
SWAT?
really
or-
quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heather says, I noticed that X wasn't as busy. And Oliver, thank you for upgrading to a level 3 member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, X was been very quiet today. I noticed I've been trying to follow along all day. And I noticed it was super quiet. I was tweeting a lot today, though. I was tweeting a lot, with the information that I was getting and sourcing and putting out there. I was tweeting a ton today. But let's see. And, we're just kind of in wait. We're in tow right now. We are in tow. And I did see the super chat. I can't pull it up because my screen is freaking frozen. Alexandra, thank you. So the whole thing is not as fishy as it feels like. It's a psyop and a diversion to hide something bigger. Look this way, so we look some other way. Yeah, I mean, listen, is this an Epstein file? Is this an Epstein file diversion? What do you think? Is it an Epstein file diversion? What's going on, folks? Come in, subscribe, smash the like button. We're doing real-time updates here. Again, JLR on the road.
I don't know what to think about things.
X is very quiet right now. And it's usually bustling.
9292 West.
Let's see. Let's see. Anything breaking? Anything breaking? Kat, thank you so much for the $20 super sets. Maybe the rain washes something up.
Put in that 92 address. See how far that
Or
is.
washes evidence away. Because rain in situations and active crime scenes is usually not a good thing. Could wash something up. Could wash something away.
We wait.
X is really quiet. Really, really quiet.
That was, this address just that's probably somebody in the neighborhood just messing around. Hey, please DM me if you have an address. Thank you, Mighty Smell. I got
we
that
got-
address.
Let's see. Let's see what else. Oh, wait. Let's go to, let's see. Is this live? This might be a replay. Hang on. That's a replay. That is a replay.
Well, the Ventana address could be it. It could be it. We got the Rogelio address, and then we have another address. So it's kind of hard to pick three. So we're just trying to see.
I wonder
where
if one of these chats are.
there might be multiple locations.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to drop Facebook because I think Facebook might be the issue. I'm going to remove Facebook. Come join us on Twitter. I'm sorry, on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, come jump over on.
Yeah, I got the right address
All right.
for
Let's do that. Because I think Facebook is the thing that's giving me the problem here. Let's do this. Let's pull up these super chats. Alexander, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Oliver, thank you. New member, appreciate you. And Kat, that $20 super chat that came in. Make sure to subscribe, people. If you're new over here, subscribe. Real-time updates. I'm going to check X right now. Let's take a look.
No chopper in the sky on Flight Radar 24.
Let's see. 43 minutes ago, Jacob Owens reports on X. Quiet day here at Nancy Guthrie's home, 13 days into her disappearance. Yeah, there was pool cleaners over there today. They had pool boys over there. I mean, come on. There was they had pool cleaners over there. I mean, this is an active crime scene. Still, no tape off, no crime scene tape, right? Multiple people have walked into that open crime scene. We had a Karen, if you saw my video today, we had a Karen run onto the property and then say that she was going to sue everybody if they showed who she was. And then we had today, the pool cleaners showed up. The pool cleaners showed up and cleaned the pool. If this is an active crime scene, why are you in there cleaning the pool? But it goes on to say, in a few moments ago, a sheriff deputy watching the property had to tell an individual to remove their camera from the driveway. Oh, so today you're telling people to remove their cameras from the driveway. Today you're telling people to back off the property. And there's still no crime scene tape up there. It's unreal. Okay, hang on a second here. We got someone down on scene 21 minutes ago. Reports coming in of a possible suspect maybe be related to the Nancy Guthrie case. Ground reports of SWAT trucks staging search warrants waiting approval and suspect's phone being pinged in location allegedly. And this is from Real America's Voice, maybe network or YouTube channel. I've seen that kind of pop up just recently. All right, folks, come on in. Come on in. I'm going to probably kill the X feed too. Something's making my chat freeze. And I'm getting annoyed because this has been the fourth night in a row where we've had a non-existing flowing chat. Let's do this. Let's pop up here. All right, let's check X. See if we have anything here. Any updates? I'm going to go to Brian Enton and see what if Brian is tweeting. Everybody's saying that he's following the SWAT truck. Nothing from Brian Enton.
Wait.
Okay, 16 minutes ago, Chris Roach investigates. Let's do this. Second perimeter. Pima County deputies have established a roadblock at the intersection of North Ventura Canyon Drive and East Skyline. Undercover cars, police are in. All right, so they have a roadblock now. "20 minutes ago, Mobile Command Center Bob Squad is staged at Ventura Canyon Trail parking lot, back door to the let's see.
Insanity.
Arrested
Literally,
community.
Like everyone is like
Provides direct low visibility at 3200 and 3400 block of
no one
East.
knows where
Okay.
everyone is at. I mean,
I'm going to
there's
follow
multiple
this
people,
X
different
account.
locations.
Seems like he's pretty much on it.
You know, personally, I think some people are just, you know, in their cars making reports and, you know, just saying things, whatever like that, and just waiting for SWAT to pop up and then go.
All right, let's see here. Let's get some audio. I'm going to check YouTube and see if anything pops up on YouTube here. Welcome in, everybody. Come on in. Make sure to subscribe. Smash the like button here. Real-time updates.
All right, so
I'm checking X.
The Catalina Foothills address, I mean, that one just keeps coming up. Did you hear anything other?
No.
Let's Seeing if there's any other real time.
There's so many different addresses popping up.
Yeah, it's just hard. We're gonna have to just wait.
Let's see. Nothing yet. Just waiting in tow.
Welcome
Brian
in,
Enton is
everybody.
quiet at the moment.
Brian
Very
Enton was
quiet at the
driving
moment.
near Orange Grove.
But
when
SWAT
we
is
were-
active. They're in
we
the
just got
area.
off Orange Grove, remember? Somebody posted a photo and they saw his phone directions.
All right. Let's see. Anything.
Check your X tags. I can't get because on my live right now. It's hard to check the X.
What do you think's happening, folks? What do you think's happening? What do you think is happening?
And the sheriff's mobile command center that just left headquarters. The last time this had happened, authorities detained.
What do you think's happening? You think it's going to be tonight? Will they find Nancy? Will they get this perpetrator or perpetrators in custody? Will we have a suspect?
The FBI's been saying he hasn't been playing ball and has slowed down the investigation. Today was damage control.
Is there any sound? I don't show it muted.
Will we have it? What do you think? Again, on X, all is quiet at the moment.
Can you guys hear? Is there any sound? No sound. All right, I might have to sign out and come back.
Let's see.
I'll be back. Hit the like button. I'll have to come back. I'll be back here in 2 seconds.
Okay. I think they found their person of interest. I hope so, Karen. I hope so. I hope so. All right. Come on, folks. Come on in. Smash the like button. Subscribe. Real-time updates here. I'm going to check X. All is quiet on Brian Enton's front. The last tweet we had from him was 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. And I'm going to see if there's anything else going on YouTube at the moment. Any other live feeds? Any other live feeds? Any other live feeds? All right, let me see here.
And then people are seeing
On
stay
in,
here,
folks.
so there might be more. I'm thinking there's multiple locations.
We get to 60,000 tonight. We get to 60,000 tonight.
Things are going to be executed.
2,500 people in the chat. I know that all 2,500 of you haven't subscribed. You
I
got
don't understand that
get some
concept.
subscriptions here. Can we get to 60,000 tonight?
There's another location around the corner that has been presented to me, and I'm just observing.
Yeah, what was the numbers on that one? Because I think
right here.
Yeah, that's the one I keep hearing too. But
So it's right around the corner. It's 4 minutes
We
away.
get 60,000.
but people keep
On in, folks.
yeah. So there might be
Welcome in. My
multiple.
name's
That's
Brian. This is
probably what's
Telltale
happening.
Media.
There's
This is the
multiple
first time over here on the
locations.
channel. Make sure to smash that like button.
Whoever nerdy addict.
Are you new? Are you
Yes.
new here? If you're new, type a 1 in the chat. If you've been here, type a 2. Terry, thank you so much for coming in. Terry in Arizona. Are you in Arizona?
Wherever this goes,
Is this your
someone's gonna be
neighborhood?
at the location. I mean, nevertheless, you know, these
A lot of
these
new
SWATs
people.
and raids and probably do search warrants and everything like
all,
that.
look at
So
all the new people.
once it gets
coming.
public of what
all
the
the
address
newbies,
is,
the
then
old
everyone's gonna be
timers,
seen.
appreciate you all.
Where are they? Wouldn't anyone already notice a group of SWAT
Newbies in
at the
here.
staging area?
Eroy 94, thank
no
you so
photos.
much. Let me just turn this down for a second. Says I don't think we'll see any reporting from Enton until they make an arrest. He's on News Nation, was very clear that he didn't want to hinder the investigation in any way. That is a great journalist, and he has great journalistic integrity. But I love Brian Enton. I mean, I love going to his reporting. He's one of my favorite to watch. Mouse, thank you so much for the $2 super sticker. Ah, look at this. A Cavalcante case coming back. Look at this. All the way back from the Cavalcante days. That was a long time ago. It was last year. It was last year. Again, we're waiting in tow here. It's all quiet. It is quiet. Straight from London. Look at this newbie. Love it. Oxymoron. Thanks for becoming a new member. I appreciate it. All right, let's turn this up. I think personally, I think JLR should have rolled out.
So sources tell me that a person
Right.
has been detained in the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
So Brian Enton is reporting.
South of Tucson. That is all I know right now.
Is that the
Brian,
old one?
That's the old one.
Oh, shit.
Brian Enton.
That's
Oh, is
the
it
old one.
old? Okay. Sorry, guys. That's old.
Old news.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Irish girl, thank you so much from Boston. Thank you for coming a new member. I appreciate you. Amy, thank you. Been here since Karen Reed.
I wanna
Love it.
see.
Come on in, folks. Smash the like button, subscribe. Maybe we can get to 60,000 subscribers tonight.
Dude,
I know
like loud vehicles.
All 2,600 of you haven't subscribed. Come on. Let's get it to 60,000. 60,000. I think he should have moved when he had some media that was behind him. He had mainstream media behind him. And he also had some neighbors in the area, and they all rolled out. And I have a weird feeling they went to a different address. Randy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Brian Enton is great. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate it. Been following you since the Karen Reed days. Irish girl, just subscribe. First time here. Well, subscribe, please. This is what we do. Real-time updates. I'll be actually covering a lot on the Epstein files as well, too. I have a phenomenal video that I'm going to be dropping on Monday about the Epstein files. And you go back, I have lots of videos here where I've been breaking down the data sets. You go back and check those out under my live tab on my front home page. So please go over and check those out afterwards. Again, maybe we can get to... All right, let me see. I'm going to refresh X. Let's see if we have any updates. Is there any other reporters?
All right,
Everything
we're
is
back
very
with audio.
quiet.
We have one address. It's really close. There's a couple that are pretty far away.
All right, real quick. Nerdy Addict. I've been watching him on X too. From a source, retired law enforcement in Arizona, quote, I'm 100% positive that the current TAC operation stems from one of the publicly released videos, and that is only confirmed lead so far. So that's what he's saying. From a retired law enforcement in Arizona. I'm going to read that again. 100%. I'm 100% positive that the current TAC operation stems from one of the publicly released videos. That's my only confirmed lead so far. That's what we got.
Did somebody call or something?
All right, let's listen to this.
Yeah, is there some sort of SWAT activity? I'm a journalist. Is there some sort of SWAT activity?
Not that we know of.
Not that you know of. So it's like a wild goose chase, huh? I'm sorry? There's a lot of cars everywhere. I'm sitting here live streaming. Sitting. Yeah, nothing for you guys.
I'll be right back.
So it's
Full
pretty
screen
much-
for a moment. Use the restroom.
Are you
Be
just
right back.
trying to lure
Yeah,
everyone out,
stream
more or
this.
less? No, I don't know. Like for fake, we're journalists. We're covering Nancy Guthrie, obviously, you know. The talk was there's SWAT somewhere in Mariana or Marana. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dolly's going to.
Yeah, so you don't know
Yes,
nothing
can you-
that's going on.
Thank you.
The only call we had here is a bunch of cars in the road.
Bunch of cars in front. Yeah.
Dolly has. The
Well, if nothing's
address.
going on, is it all right to park here, or you guys want everyone to leave? I don't know. Is it empty? The car empty?
I couldn't see.
Oh, I don't know.
Headlights were on.
We're watching. We got 75,000 people watching right now. A lot of people. But you hadn't got no window, nothing going on around here.
No, 'cause you guys,
Just us. That's interesting.
you guys were on the cars in the road, and it looks like it.
Nice. Well,
block near Nancy's.
what do you? Is it okay to park here?
As long as you're not impeding traffic.
Long and not. Am I
Hit the
impeding
share
traffic? Good.
button, Like it.
All right. Cool. Well, if,
Welcome
if
back
you're
in.
not, you just
Dolly
tipped
is,
us off, more or less
going
telling
towards
us
the
nothing's going
roadblock
on
towards
around here.
Foothills.
So might have to dip out.
Yeah, we don't have anything going on.
Oh, that's media right there. Look, with the
All
umbrella.
right, hang
Turn off
on.
the
This
white
is good.
light.
Well, let me get on the road since.
Yeah. Thank you for your service. Thank you for checking up. That's a police officer.
Everybody's
So he's
going
not
to
aware of what's
Ventana
going on.
Canyon.
He's like, I don't know what's going on.
Everybody's going to Ventana Canyon. It seems like.
Well, this guy here, the Marriott, don't you think they would let the police know? He said
Yeah.
you can stay here if you want, just don't get on the road. But
I think this was a roadblock. I'm getting messages.
Sorry, I'm
There's
just getting some
roadblocks
messages
set
coming
up.
in. Hang on.
So I don't know if you want to look in your messages and see if roadblock near Nancy's.
Okay,
all
hang
right,
on here.
so what are we doing? If this, he obviously just gave it away. There's nothing going on here.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing because they would have let the local police know.
So you want to just put it into Let's
So
see.
you tell me what the next route is. What do
okay.
you recommend?
Well,
Okay.
Dolly
That's-
was
let me-
headed to
let me-
that one address on East Block Road.
right.
Ventana Canyon.
So why don't we
Sorry,
do this?
folks. I was
Why
getting
don't
some
we,
updates. Hang on here.
They were
Someone
watching
said-
the live stream, the officers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, because he's like, hey, what's going on?
Okay.
I see all these
Yeah.
cars out here.
yeah, right.
Let's see what he's gonna do here. I think he's gonna go on the move. Maybe back
So
to
this is
Nancy's
what I
house.
got.
right,
Lots
so
of
let's
people.
go
This
this
is
way.
what's
Let's
winning
go.
right here. This Ventana. Remember, that's where Dolly's going. 3,200 block of.
But everyone's parked out here. I'm telling you, they might be like trying to draw everyone else, and then they can, like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think.
Yeah, we're kind of just. I mean, if we get in the road, and it was here.
But wouldn't they let the local police know that they're about
Here
to do a
is
SWAT raid
Dolly
in this
right
area?
now. Let's see where Dolly's
Well,
at.
let's wait till Dolly gets there. I'll watch where he goes. If you guys hear 6, yeah, the resort drive keeps coming up.
Dolly's
They are
live.
set up at the 3,200 block.
Here's Dolly right
They're
now.
telling us to listen 6, that address 6.
Everybody's confused.
Yeah, that's out.
Everybody's confused.
Yeah, no, that's
And this
out
is
there.
this
I
is
don't
you know
know
this is what
be there, but
this is what law enforcement wants. They want to confuse
wonderful. If
everybody.
you guys want to,
Um,
if anyone's right there in that neighborhood, and
I'm listening to Dolly. I'm listening to JLR. They're all mixed up. They don't know what's going on. This is all this is all by design. But SWAT is active. I mean, they're out there, and we're hearing roadblocks now. I don't know what to think either. Like, what's going on? Let me see if I can refresh here. Let's see. Come on in, everybody. Smash the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done that. I would appreciate it. Trying to get to over to 60,000 subscribers now. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. We're about 900 away. Might take a little while. Might take some work. But I think we can do it. What do you think? Let's see. Michelle said, everything is not a psychological battle. Michael says it's not. Everything is not a psychological battle. Look here, so you won't look there. Or are they driving here, so everyone goes there, and then the real units go somewhere else? Geez. Well, yeah. I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. All right. All right. Let's pull this up. I'm watching Dolly video.
tag
while
it.
we do.
Tag
Dolly's
it. Say, take a picture. But
buffering
take a
right
picture.
now.
there's another one of them that are.
See, all these people are putting addresses, but no one's showing any pictures. That's what the thing is. People are saying it's going here. I'm getting tips that saying it's around the corner.
Yeah,
But I
It
don't
so
think-
could
I don't-
be.
Now I'm starting to
Yeah,
think
Dolly's buffering
there's
right
nothing
now.
going on here because
And
It
I think
seems like
JLR
this
should
might
have
have been-
moved out about probably close to an hour ago when everybody was rolling out. That's just my personal opinion.
the address for the Ventana, what was it? 6602.
All right,
The
let's
address
look.
6.
we'll go to the location where SWAT is. So send a pic
That's what I would do. Hello, James. Thank
Send
you.
a pic.
That's what I would do.
Now people are all blowing up my phone.
I would go. All right, real quick. Let's get these. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate that. Thanks for the $20 on Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
That's what we just need to get confirmation because it's about a 30-40 minute drive.
Eroy, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Appreciate you. Dolly's back. He's on his way. He says his stream he's on his way to where SWAT is at. So he's driving.
I don't think it's here because the officers wouldn't be aware of it.
I think you're right.
You know what I mean?
See if I see
They were
anything
like,
from
he
Ryan
really,
Ent.
I mean, unless he's acting, that officer was like, I don't
There's
know.
a
Ryan
roadblock
Super
set
quiet.
up.
Hasn't tweeted in 3
Where
hours.
this go- where
Well,
the-
where's the pictures of the roadblock?
yeah,
Like everyone
well,
keeps saying
Dolly
there's
is almost
roadblocks.
there.
Where are these pictures?
Yeah,
There's no proof
when someone gets a photo, send
of
it.
a roadblock. Yeah, send it. Tag at JLR Investigates. Tag a roadblock. Tag a SWAT. Tag some.
So they're saying the red lines mean that's blocked. So
It could be unrelated.
LTG, thank you
things,
so much
it
for
could be
becoming a new
accidents, it has to be
member.
related.
somebody
Appreciate
did
you.
say it was unrelated earlier, but
I honestly think I'm starting to think it's not here. So,
Oh, you thought it was the dinging and the yeah, I mean there's roadblocks. All right, that's a replay, so that's
I don't
not
think we're
live.
hit out
Adam.
the like button, share it out.
these people are
Yeah,
here too.
smash
Why are
that
these
like
journalists?
button,
These
share this
people
stream
from have
out,
nothing to do with me.
subscribe if you
They're just
haven't
perks.
subscribed.
They're probably watching.
I would
your feed.
appreciate
They
it.
don't
No,
have
they were journalists. The guy had a with the umbrella was a journalist for somebody. Their station told them to come here.
Just trying to see if there's any other feeds that were
But
missing.
they also might not let the local police know, for whatever reasons. This might be a Pima County thing. This might be the FBI. And they might keep the
Come on in,
police out of the
folks.
loop.
Smash that like button, subscribe.
Well, if it's in Ventana Canyon, they could literally block everybody from going to the location because of the way that area is.
Dolly is on the move. He's buffering. I'm watching Dolly. X is quiet. Super quiet. Super quiet.
I mean, from the scanner at 2:24 p.m., it said Oro Valley Police and Pima County Sheriff.
Okay, yeah. I mean, everybody's kind of tweeting the same thing. SWAT is on the way. Bomb squad is on the way. Person of interest in Moran's, Arizona. Warner's about to be served at an undisclosed location in Nancy Guthrie's investigation. That was 22 minutes ago. But that's basically what this has been. This is what we've been
we
hearing.
don't know where Fox.
We get 1,000
News,
likes.
I can't tell if is that the Fox News guy that we saw.
You
No,
smashed
that's
the like
KTX.
button. Can we get 1,000
11.
likes?
So
Right
it is
on their license
KPX
plate.
11.
Yeah, right on their license plate.
I saw him. He's a journalist. Go. Hey, do me a favor. Go
Yeah.
talk to him. Pick his brain. Just say, hey, what brought you here? If you could do that, thanks. That'd be good.
All right, let's take a look here.
857 Tucson. Gonna go talk to this gentleman here and say, hey, what brings you here?
Let's see. 8 hours ago.
Plus,
Wow.
also they could abandon their SWAT mission, saying, "Oh, there's too many people out watching. Abort." It's just
Thanks,
the
Heather.
SWAT rolls
Appreciate you.
out.
X is super quiet right now. Nothing going on X. And that's usually we do. We refresh the feed, see people that are the boots on the ground or any information that's being put out there. Haven't seen anything. Super quiet. Super duper quiet. Let's
He
see.
has the only
And-
address he has is the Agave Loop one.
Thank you, Dive Bar.
Welcome
Appreciate
in,
you.
everybody.
But what
Welcome
is he
in.
doing here?
He's just hanging out. This
He's
is
hanging
the
out.
Dolly
address he
Vision
has,
is
and he's not
a
looking.
spinning wheel
He's
right
hanging
now.
out.
He's just hanging out. He has that address that we have,
Yeah.
and kind of doing the same thing. I
His
guess he
stream
has
says
another
he's on his
address.
way to where
Did you
SWAT
hear
is. So
anything?
we'll keep an eye on that, of course.
Nope. All right, Nick. I didn't see your text, but if you can message me on the Facebook or Instagram, I can get them better. Everyone is going to the 6601 address.
Tell them to send pics.
Yep. Well, can you screenshot a picture of Dolly's, whoever's? Yeah, the 661 isn't far from
Okay,
Nancy's
let's
at all.
see.
So we might want to start heading that way, and then if we need to,
I don't feel confident there. I'm seeing no.
okay.
credible
Well,
source.
we'll wait until we get that picture. But if you can get,
I mean, people are like SWAT is staged at this particular address, but no one is providing any pictures. Just people talking, spreading rumors.
we did try the Marana substation. We were there earlier.
Nothing. Super quiet. X is quiet. Thank you, Rock. Thank you. Super, super quiet.
Shut the wipers off.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Super quiet.
I'm gonna just do it like low.
And then I got
No, this totally reminds me when I used to chase hurricanes, and everyone thinks they know where the eye's going. And the eye goes one direction, it goes the other, and everyone's like waiting at a certain location. They all jump in their vehicles to go to the eye, and it changes. This is what it seems like. Everyone's waiting for the eye to come on shore, and all these storm chasers want to get in the eye, and they're figuring it out.
Okay.
And everyone's like following the herd.
Yeah, the one that keeps coming back is the Ventana address. Everybody is just.
Hang on one
But
second.
we need to get that photo because
It's too far to play games. Like going
We
out
had
there.
a third
and
email
something
come in today.
way
We
up
talked
there.
about
I
that at
just-
the beginning of the
wipers
show.
are off. Now Dolly's heading back to Nancy's.
There's nothing going on at Nancy's.
Yeah.
Brian
I got
was Mary
sources
says
there.
Brian was over by the staging area.
All right. I'll call John or I'll message John DePietro and see, but he's not really giving up information. He's a true journalist. He wants to get the first story. 6601 with pics. Let's see it.
Send it.
Let's see it. Hold on, guys.
If we get
All
some
right,
pics,
let's wait here for a
we get some
second.
proof, receipts.
Let's wait here for a second. Let's see what comes up. Let's see what comes up. And again, I'm looking at X, and there is
Dude, literally,
nada.
There's a roadblock headed up.
Pics
Okay.
or it
Yeah,
didn't
we
happen.
need a picture.
Pics or it didn't happen, not Google Maps. Pics or it didn't happen.
Right.
All right, yeah. With pics.
See, this is the type of stuff. Like, I'm literally getting tagged to this, right? They're like, "Yo, here's the SWAT. Here's the SWAT," and it's in front of a McDonald's. And then when you zoom in, it's Gwinnett County. It's not even here. It's Georgia, and they're sending me pics.
There's a roadblock by Nancy's house. Okay. Send me a pic. I'm trying to get you some of them. Some of them I'm missing. Okay.
But keep,
That's from Dolly's page, and there's some lights. So that's what he's seeing.
okay, but yeah,
Okay.
he's going to Nancy's.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm. Everybody's just going back and forth. Let's
Sorry,
see
I'm
here.
looking on X. I don't see anything. Everybody's super quiet. Marilyn, thank you so much for becoming a new subscriber. Look at that. Maybe we can get to 60,000 tonight. What do you think, folks? You think we can get to 60,000 subscribers? We're very close. We're at 59,234. Need a little work. Need a little work. Little work. Oh, Lee, thank you so much for the 20 on PayPal. Thank you.
Fox drones.
Thank you, Lee.
Searching Nancy's yard again. What the, and these messages. I mean, I just gotta.
All right, let me see if I can find anything Live over at Nancy's house. We're hearing a lot of stuff at Nancy's house. Let's see. I don't see. Nope. Nope. No feeds over at Nancy's house. Let me see. Pretty much everybody's watching this feed.
Police
Yeah,
are
thank
at
you. New member. Look at this.
100
Thank you.
88 Agave. Yeah, the police just came by
Alexander
just
says
to
John
see what
DePietro is
all the
literally
people are
parked
doing.
behind
That's what I'm saying.
JLR.
Same thing they did here.
Sonny says
They
you're
drove
just
by
supposed to
'cause
drive.
they
Do you
got
live around that
Bobby
area?
Calls, like,
Sonny?
where's everyone's like, it's insanity.
Do you live over there? If you do, take a ride over. Let us know.
Personally,
Contact me. Email me. Tweet at me.
did everyone just get fooled by saying that the SWAT thing is
They
everybody?
said they're in the driveway of that address.
Whose driveway?
This Agave that we're at is our north. How far is that?
That's around the corner, isn't it?
Ink Samantha.
Let me see the address. I think that's the one right around the corner.
He said police.
X
is
is
in the,
super duper quiet. Let's see.
Yeah,
Brian
there's a lot of
Enton.
people down there.
Brian Enton's
That's
quiet on
the guy's
X.
address, but there's people parked all along the street right now down there. So
Dolly is. I'm gonna check Dolly. Let's see what Dolly's doing.
sorry, I missed in the chat, guys.
Jeff just said he
Figure it out.
just subscribed with 4 other accounts. Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, can you hit
Right.
that those off completely?
Let's see. Again, we're just waiting. We're waiting. All this report, SWAT, tons of activity, roadblocks. What is going on? Let's see. Eroy, thank you so much for sending out 5 gifted memberships. We got 5 new members. Enjoy those memberships. Enjoy all the members only content on my front page.
where?
Tomorrow, listen, we're Friday the 13th today. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Does anybody have anything planned for Valentine's Day? Let me know in the chat. Are you going out? Do you have a date? Do you have a date tomorrow? Do you have a date on Valentine's Day tomorrow? If you do, type a 1 in the chat. If you're
That looks like it's
part of the Lonely Hearts Club, type a 2.
This is Dolly right now, but don't know the location.
You got a date, type a 1. Are you part of the
All right,
Lonely
we're still
Hearts Club?
looking. We're
Type a
still
2.
looking. Thanks for you guys' patience.
1. Lots of dates. Look at this. I love it. I'm part of the Lonely Hearts Club. I'm single right now. Samantha, thank you for the 1 gifted membership. I appreciate that. I'm in the Lonely Hearts Club right now. Let's see. Lots of 1s. Everybody, lots of 2s. I see 2s as well. It's like split, right?
Where's
Where's
that?
this guy going?
All right, hang on 1 second.
He rolled out.
Go, JLR. What are you waiting for? Go. Oh,
I think
that's- people are posting and tagging.
I would go. At this point, what do you got to lose, right?
Address.
There's a lot of people leaving. See all the people leaving? They're going. What do you think?
So, and then this guy said, we talked about this.
I'm better
placebo
off.
Rogelio. Remember, we heard that on when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it said near First and Avenue and Orange Grove.
I'm
So
better off.
it sounds like what I'm thinking is there's multiple locations that they're raiding. It's smart. Why would they just do one and then go? They're going to do them all 3 at the same time or all 2,
Turret
whatever
Drive.
it is.
Going home. Let's see. Come on in, everybody. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes. we get to 1,000 likes, I'll drop some free memberships in the chat. Hey, Pat, what's going on? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Let's see. LA Design says, I'm ready to leave the Lonely Hearts Club maybe someday. Well, I am too. I'm definitely ready. I am so ready. I want to be done.
I mean, now
Find my forever.
let me see.
I need to find my forever. My forever girl is what I need, right? That's what we need. They always say, "Oh, well, when you don't least expect it, that's when you're going to meet the
Someone
one."
got back to me.
Well, I've been
Said
least
this photo
expecting
looks like AI.
it.
It does. It's not. That's.
I've
not
been least
even
expecting it.
Pima County Sheriff. It's not their vehicles. It's
Oh,
AI.
man. I can't.
It's AI, man.
We got new people rolling in.
I've
Dude,
been
literally
least-
somebody's circulating AI pictures now.
You
Of
just open
SWATs.
yourself up to wackos.
Seriously, look at this. Look at this. Somebody just said
That's
this
what I'm
to me.
saying.
But inform me that it's AI. But they're like, look at the SWAT team. They're like, oh, East Skyline and Ventura, and they got this like AI people. Like, this is crazy. These people are crazy.
I told you that.
These people are crazy.
that guy
Sending
just-
AIs and stuff, man. Placing AIs of like SWAT, and then they put East Skyline and Ventura Canyon Drive. And they're like, hey, it's all like literally, it's pitch black out now, and they still got the sky like lit. It's just
LA
crazy.
says I'm old and tired of it.
It's
Me too.
crazy. Look at this SWAT. Look at this stuff. Like, this is going on. So I appreciate someone saying to me, it looks like AI.
Go back to Nancy's house. We will as soon as we get that confirmation. We're gonna.
I'm just wondering if the whole SWAT thing was a fake news from the media by saying SWAT was deployed centered around this.
I don't know.
Because the
Sadness.
sheriff didn't confirm it. He's just like, I can't, more or less
Okay.
like I'm just wondering if this
Eroy
is a giant
says,
fake
hang
news.
on. Let me kill this. Eroy, $5. Thank you. Says Watts S56 U.S. Army chopper just took off from Marina. That's what's going on here? Hang on. From the air park, really?
Right here is a nothing burger. I
Is it a
really do
decoy?
think this is a nothing burger.
Someone said it's a
So
decoy.
the question is, where do we navigate next?
Is it a decoy?
I just,
He's
All the
so
cars-
Heather says, Brian, my mom
Yeah,
thinks
they're
the
all
sheriff
behind us.
is
still-
sketchy.
Yeah, they're
are all a part of it.
This stuff would have been out the bag already. The cat would have been out the bag already if there was actually swatting somewhere.
I don't know. Maybe. I would go back over to the Guthrie house. That's where I would go. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be staging here anymore. Let's see. This. Get that. This. Get that. Come on in, everybody. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I'm going to check in on Dolly Vision. Maybe we can hit 60,000 subscribers tonight. That would be great. To end the night at 60,000. Let's get LTL Media at 60,000. Let's see. Dolly's driving. Hang on. Let's see what he's doing. He's a spinny wheel right now. Dolly's a spinny wheel. I think he's driving. Let's go back to JLR. Let's see. Let me check X. Is there any updates? Let me refresh.
The mystery, the $1 million question is, where is this SWAT? Because if you think about this, the only thing we saw was SWAT, a daytime photo of SWAT leaving the sheriff's office.
Let's see.
Then media started reporting it's related to Nancy Guthrie.
Okay, so
And
hang
no one
on.
has
Here.
seen-
There's Pima County County deputies have established a roadblock at the intersection of I think it's Ventura Canyon Drive and East Skyline. Undercover cars, police are in. It says in the Nancy Guthrie. Yeah, it's just I don't know if this is factual or just people putting bullshit out there. Brian Enton was in, let's see. There's nothing. Nothing. That's not a SWAT truck right there.
Chicken and
something.
waffles.
It was chicken and
Go
waffles
knock
truck.
on the door. I don't know. if
Maybe
we
that
could do
was
that.
the
I
SWAT.
think the police are still kind of hanging out in the area.
Maybe that was
That
the,
address I have.
the chicken and waffles truck. Thank you.
Dolly,
Yeah, let's get this to 1,000. We got to 1,000 likes. I love it.
You got to text me.
Come on in, subscribe. I think that could have been
I
the
can't
maybe
take
that was
calls
the
right
SWAT
now on
team
my phone.
undercover. Maybe it was a SWAT
Dolly
team
got nothing.
in a waffles
So he
truck.
went to the Vitana. He
Chicken
got
and waffles
nothing out
truck.
there, so.
Well, that's good. It saves us a trip.
Let's see.
I'm gonna go around the corner here for a minute.
Friday the 13th.
No, actually, I'm gonna sit right here for a minute.
I don't know,
I think
man.
we can go around the corner.
Gotta move.
Don't give up. Don't give up. Broken. Or Broen.
I'm going a mile away.
Easily.
At the stop sign, turn right onto North Garnet Range Loop.
Get the seat.
Okay. All right. JLR on the move.
Sorry, guys.
JLR on the move.
We're not going to knock on the door, Chris. Sorry.
Come on in, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. All right, I owe some memberships. I said if we get to 1,000, I'm going to drop some memberships. I'm going to do that right now. So how many are we going to drop in? Let's do 5. 5 new memberships coming in. Coming in. Here we go. 5 new memberships. Welcome in new members. Appreciate you
Might be a
all
long
being
night
here.
folks.
JLR on the move.
Fox reporting.
New members.
SWAT on the move.
At the next stop
Arrest
sign, turn
imminent.
left.
All right. Let's see what goes on here, folks. And we get
When did they report
we
this?
get LTL media to
At the stop sign,
60,000
turn
tonight.
left onto West
I'm
Lambert
getting
Lane.
so many messages.
And is it
What's up?
possible?
Okay. Let me know if you get another address. All right. Thanks.
All right, let's refresh here.
Go past North Crooked
John
Peak Trail and
DePietro
turn
is
left
live on
onto
Members,
Facebook.
yes.
All right.
New members.
I'll go over to John's page.
All right, let me see here. Dolly's driving. He's got his camera off.
Turn left onto North Sonoran Sands Lane.
They don't do that. They use different channels.
Let's see what John's saying.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
Everybody's tense. You know, and I
Sorry, I am.
usually thought I had an address, and then I went to that address.
All right, let me refresh X.
So he doesn't have a place either.
At the stop sign, turn left onto West Trotting Wolf Trail. Then you'll take your first right onto North Giant Sackatoon Drive.
Still seeing the same reports about confirmed SWAT activity this evening is related to the Nancy Guthrie case. We got that.
Then you'll take your first left onto North Arroyo.
We got that.
Ooh, this is happening over here.
Okay, hang on here.
Turn left onto North Arroyo Lupine Way.
All right, why is this truck here?
A new staging area at Grant and Dodge. I mean,
All right.
Dude, that's a journalist. Why is the journalist here? 'Cause
I
there's
think
another-
everybody got this address and they're not leaving until they get something new.
Well,
why they're
that's
here.
how I'm rolling.
Yeah.
I'm rolling.
I mean, I got so many different addresses. I just got a new one.
I'm not going anywhere until I get proof.
Go
That's
past
the
North
thing.
Leopard
And I don't.
Echo
And
Terrace.
personally, I don't care if I'm late to the party. You know, I rather. All right, there's nothing going on here. I was provided around here. This was around the corner. There's nothing here, but there is people lurking around here.
Where's Dolly? Dolly is on the move. Everybody's
Turn
kind
right
of
onto
moving
West
now.
Wasatch Trail. Then your destination will be on the
Thank you, Tasha.
All right, let's see here. Let's
Yeah,
see.
thank
Come on in,
you,
everybody. Subscribe if you
thank
haven't subscribed.
So yeah, it sounds like SWAT is probably waiting for that final let's go. We just don't know where they're staged.
Or this has nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie. SWAT. Because I know some media outlets remember the day the SWAT went down to Rio Rico.
You're back.
They also
Full screen for a moment.
Media was also reporting that there was SWAT going up to Oro Valley, and that ended up not being true.
Oh, okay. So they
I mean, anytime SWAT heads out, somebody be like, "Yep, it's related." What's this?
see that's the address. Isn't
Look.
that the address?
Pima County Sheriff is here.
And that's the same sheriff that we just met.
He's not in the vehicle. That's a sheriff.
How does it keep
How do you
muting?
get out of this neighborhood?
How does it keep muting? Why does it keep muting?
I'm making
Is it
changes.
muted?
All right. Well, the guy you're listening to doesn't know what's going on.
Ollie's on the
he must
move.
have
I'm
put
watching
something
him.
in the house. Does you're muted?
No.
No sound.
Frozen chat again. Frozen chat again. I love it. Come on, StreamYard, do better.
The part about this that I just don't think some people are absorbing is the unusual nature of which they abducted her.
All right, let's refresh X.
Let's just say.
So weird. My audio cuts out.
I mean, they could come out of the woodwork at any time and do what they're doing and just be like waiting. Move now. As of now, I don't.
Let me see if Brian Enton's tweeted anything. Any tweet updates from Brian? Brian's super quiet. 3 hours ago was his last tweet.
Let's go park right here.
Brian.
Hello. Hello.
Did you guys end the stream? Because if not, it just died.
Yeah, I have to end it when the volume goes out. I'll be right back.
We're running around.
I mean, literally, this is the only thing we're getting. Literally about SWAT leaving slowly out. That says bomb squad. That turned it into this is connected to Nancy Guthrie, Marana.
Maybe it's a dupe. Maybe it's a
but
dupe.
haven't seen anybody since.
And then they're gonna pull this off at like 4 in the
How do we
morning.
know that
know what
SWAT
I mean?
just didn't go to another place for maintenance or?
Could be. Newbie here, Kelly. Thank you. Appreciate you.
So thoughts, folks. Share them in the chat.
I don't know. What do you think? You were Dolly saying. No. I don't know. What's going on? Everything's quiet. Everything is quiet. Super quiet. Super, super quiet. Super, super quiet.
Knight Rider. We're literally waiting.
Oh, what was that movie with Jake Gyllenhaal in it when he went out and like filmed not Night Stalker, Night Walker, or not Night Worker. You know what that is? What the heck was that movie? And he got Nightcrawler. Yeah, that's a wild movie. And he ended up going out and getting a cameraman.
What
And
do you recommend?
yeah,
I'm getting
that was
so
a good
many
movie.
mixed. They go here, go there. It's like you said, until we get something, we might not be the first, but we will be the last probably.
Yeah, did you see Nightcrawler? It's a good
I
movie.
mean, whatever. If there was a raid going down, someone's gonna, just like with Rio Rico, you know.
Yeah.
That was a good movie.
Welcome in, everybody.
The thing is, I
Yeah,
don't think
come on in,
anyone's
everybody.
going
Smash
to
the
get
like button. Subscribe if you haven't done that.
if someone's taken into custody.
Did you see? Did anybody see
Yeah, I mean,
Nightcrawler?
they're
Which,
Unless
block
they're
off the whole
literally
street.
embedded, unless they're embedded with and got that tip. Now,
again,
there
we
probably
are
is a media
waiting.
outlet that's got the tip.
Yeah, there has to be. Come on in, guys. Sorry about the volume coming out. Nancy Grace is live on News Nation. I don't think I can get News Nation from here. The chatter on X has gone silent.
Okay, hang on 1 second.
It-
47 seconds ago, I have an update. 47 seconds ago, there is an active situation happening now involving the Pima County SWAT team conducted to Nancy Guthrie's investigation. I am here, but not revealing the location to not interfere with the investigation. That is right now, that is active. 47 seconds ago, breaking news. Brian Enton, 47 seconds ago. 47 seconds ago. So we got it. There is an active situation happening right now involving the Pima County SWAT team connected to Nancy Guthrie's investigation. I am here, but not revealing the location to not interfere with the investigation. All right. Let's see what's going on.
Interesting. 8:20.
What time is it? Here's
All
the
right.
thing is there's the
Let's
street,
see.
Lambert. Somebody posted under there.
Let's
Yeah, but
see.
it's not
Active
us.
active
No, but
situation.
somebody,
No, that's where we're at.
well, maybe we're in the right place.
No, we're not at their place. They're just tweeting, adding my tweet at the same time. His tweet is single, so
Yes, we have an active situation. I do too, Mary. Yeah, he won't go live. He won't go live right now. Brian's on News Nation right now. I don't think I get News Nation. I think you gotta have a subscription.
all right. So
Yeah.
Brian Enton is reporting that he's at the scene of an active situation.
Check out Brian Hinton's post on X. What was that? Check
think
his
you gotta
X.
have
Let's
a
see if- well, that was
subscription.
at 8:20. So Brian is live on X. You
Oh, he's
pull that
live
up,
on
Brian have
X.
on this phone.
No, he's not live. He just made a tweet.
Oh, he did.
All right, I think you gotta have. Let's see. Dolly is running.
There's active SWAT raid going on right now in a house.
All right, let's
2
see.
people were pulled out of the house.
2 people are getting pulled out of the house. Apparently, there's let's see. Eroy says in Pima County, not showing anything else. Okay. Thanks for the $2.
I
Thank
hear
you.
you gasp on. It's a lot of information trying to get it all
All
straight.
right, hang on 1 second.
Thank you for hanging out. Friday the 13th. Hopefully we get a.
I wish I had like one of those
suspect
screen
released
grabbers,
or
whatever the hell you
arrested,
call
and
it.
We can get Nancy.
See. Like a free site. Okay, all right, let's go here to News Nation. Hang on.
SWAT trucks, fully armored. There's the FBI that is now out here. There's the Pima
Unfortunately,
County
get this
Sheriff's
feed for
Office,
5 minutes.
and there's at least I must have followed at least 24 sheriff's deputies and FBI cars into this neighborhood where I am now. So I wish I had more information. I have again confirmed that this is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, that this is a SWAT operation, that they have pulled 2 people out. So I wanted to wait to come on until I knew that we were not putting any, law enforcement in jeopardy like before they went in. They have already gone in, but we're just kind of waiting, Katie, to see how this plays out.
Brian, you say that there were 2 individuals who were pulled out by the sheriff's department, by the SWAT team. The SWAT team, just to clarify, is from the sheriff's department. This is not the FBI SWAT team.
That's right. It's the Pima County Sheriff's SWAT team. I did not see the FBI SWAT team. I know that the hostage rescue team, which I've reported in the last couple of days, I know they're also in Tucson right now. But it is the Pima County SWAT team that they are the ones that moved in on this particular house.
With the 2 individuals you saw pulled out, were they in handcuffs or were they walked out? Did they look like they were being arrested or just detained?
So it was a man and a woman, and it was hard to tell because it's so dark. And some of this is from sources. Some of this is not what I saw a little bit of it, but I'm also hearing that from several sources in terms of who was pulled out. So I couldn't see if they were handcuffed. But I am told it was a man and a woman, and there may also be a traffic stop close by that's also involved, which I'm trying to sort of piece that part of the puzzle together right now. But again, I do know for sure that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
I know you can't give us a lot of information about your location, but can you tell us if this is close to Nancy Guthrie's home, if this is somewhere outside of town? I mean, earlier this week, we had a man detained in Rio Rico, which is about 60 minutes south of Tucson, very close to the Mexican border. He ended up being released, although the FBI and Sheriff's Department did take some electronics from the home where he lived. So is there any information you can give us about just the general area of where this may be happening?
Yeah, so we're in Pima County. We're about 30 minutes from, I would say roughly 30 minutes from Nancy Guthrie's house. So we're not very far away. It's very, very dark out here, by the way. They don't have streetlights in this neighborhood either. But yeah, it's in Pima County. So much closer than when, like you said, when we went to Rio Rico the other night, when it was what seemed to be kind of a false alarm. They took the man named Carlos into custody. They detained him, questioned him, and let him go. But that was much farther away. That was like over an hour away, very close to the Mexico border. This is in the Tucson area in Pima County. I would guess, I need to look on my map, but I would guess about 30 minutes from Nancy's house.
We've heard a lot about the coordination or lack of coordination between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department. But as I was talking with Agent Black, there's also a number of other law enforcement agencies in Arizona. It's a big state. Of course, you have Tucson Police Department. You have state PD, police, Arizona State.
All right. I'm going to work on getting another, because they shut me off here because I only have like the free trial. Let me get on. Hang on. I'm going to work on getting the News Nation feedback. So just chill with me for a second here. I'm going to work doing that right now. So give me 2 seconds. In the meantime, let me just bring this feed up. We're going to go back to JLR give me about 5 minutes. We're going to take care of this problem. We're going to go back to News Nation.
Yeah.
Okay, we're heading there,
Yeah.
guys.
Give me the numeric portion of it.
Yeah, I
Working
didn't
on
get
it
that.
right
It's off
now.
of Orange.
Orange Grove.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's off of Orange.
Then that's
What?
it.
Where can you get News
We're
Nation?
on the way.
I'm going to work on new.
address
Don't worry.
at
Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get that feedback. I'm going to sign up for a subscription service here. Hang on. Where can I get it? Can I get it through Sling or Hulu?
Could this be a detainment?
Can you get News Nation through Hulu or Sling? Does anybody know?
After one screw up, you would think the second.
Unfortunately, I
one,
can't
they're
connect
not
to my
gonna get it
TV.
wrong. We will see. Hopefully,
Because who carries News Nation?
hopefully this is the suspect. I mean, could you imagine if they actually get the
Go past
suspect tonight?
I-10 frontage road.
Let's
North
sign up
I-10
for
This
eastbound
could be
frontage road, then
huge.
turn right onto the ramp
YouTube
to Tucson.
TV, Hulu does, Hulu Live. Okay, let's go to Hulu Live. Thank you,
Turn right
Leroy.
onto the ramp to Tucson. Then
Sign
merge
up
onto
for a
I-10
subscription
east.
here. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to fix this. We're going to fix this.
Do you have the numeric portion of the address?
No, I just have North Camino, David, Michael.
Let's go back.
Exactly. Shell, yep. We are on the freeway.
Hulu Live TV. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pop out my credit card and we're going to make
the
this happen.
address
Be right
of the
back.
raid. Possibly 2 people pulled out of the house.
Yeah, but it's so close. How far is it? How far is that address to Nancy's house?
It's not far. It's not far at all.
But is that it's what type of?
Pull it up.
I'm wondering if that was the
All right, bear with
Airbnb.
me. We're just going to do this. Actually, let's just pay it with PayPal. Hopefully we can.
Yeah,
All right.
it's pretty much right by
Let's get
Nancy's. It's near Nancy's house. That's what people are saying in the chat.
Yeah, but is that where the Airbnb was?
just need News Nation. That's it.
That people were staying
Just need News Nation.
That I
That's
don't
cool. All right, let's
There was
find
an Airbnb between Nancy's and Annie Tomaso's that people were staying in.
All right, hang on. Let's go live. Where's News
And
Nation?
then people are
There's
saying
News
18
Nation.
is 30 minutes away from
Serious?
From where?
Just signed up for Hulu.
so many different mixed messages. It's like,
News Nation Live. I
can't even figure out which one's right.
Upcoming live. Tell me I just signed up.
They have moved in. Ryan said it's 30 minutes away
30 minutes away from what?
from Nancy's.
Nancy's house.
We just don't know. I mean, like I
But
said,
the address is where we're going, correct? That's not 30
But
minutes.
why can I not find News Nation right now? Just signed up. I have not had the right. Hang on, everybody. Hang on. We're gonna get to it. Clockwise. I don't check that. Tell me I just signed up.
Ryan is 2 miles away from Nancy, so I don't know who's giving me the false information, but it's not 30 minutes away from Nancy. 2 miles.
Oh, I signed up for the wrong dang. All right, hang on. Fix this here. All right, let me just kill this sound for a second because it's getting a little too much here. I signed up for the wrong dang thing. You got to be kidding me. Let's see. Premium. I don't know. What are we doing here, folks? Premium. Okay. Reviewing changes. I don't need any of this stuff. I just want to get News Nation. That's it. Just want to get News Nation. All right, view changes. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get this to work. All right, let's do this. Whatever at this point. Let's just make it happen. All right, folks. I think we got it. I need live TV. Give me live TV. Live TV. It's still not showing. Come on. I don't get this. I don't get how this works. So you can tell I don't use Hulu. Oh, come on, man. I just gave a whole bunch of money here. Network, News Nation. Why is this not live? All right, let's go back up. Upcoming at 9 a.m. That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. So they only go live on the app at 9 a.m.? That doesn't make any sense. So is this like am I in a losing battle right now? Let's see. That's not right. This is why I don't use any of these streaming services, man. I can't figure any of it out. I'm like a boomer right now. And I just signed up for all this. It says live. I hit the live button. Nope, doesn't work. Shows me. All right, hang on. I think I got it. I think I got it. Is that it? Can we just play the stream? Why do these apps not work? Make sure your location is on. Yeah, it's on. It's definitely on. It won't play. Like a little pop-up pops up and it just won't play. And I hit the play button, does nothing. Like I'll show you. So I'm here. I hit the play button, nothing. Hit the play button here, this pops up, I play it, nothing. And it's only showing me 2 live channels. I hit TV, I just get these 2 channels. I hit live, nothing comes up. Nothing.
Committed to giving back. You've been there, done that, and you're still here for more. So now that you're 50 or older and at increased risk for
We'll go back
pneumococcal pneumonia and
to
IPD,
JLR until this commercial ends. I think we got it. Let's see.
6391 North
News
Community
Nation.
Day, Michael.
Sorry, everybody. I'm a boomer.
Thank you.
I'm a boomer.
And
We're
thank you.
I got it. Thank you, Eroy. I appreciate you.
Head toward
I got
West
it.
River
Thank you
Road,
so
north of
much.
Ridgeville Road.
I am a boomer.
10 minutes.
Boomer.
We're almost there.
Yeah, okay, boomer. Okay, boomer.
There's
Okay,
no Michael.
All right, that's the commercial. Perfect. All right, we'll wait. Okay, boomer. Thank you, little Miss Rev. Thank you.
Now,
All right,
you know,
where are we at?
we'll see.
JLR on the move. News Nation fired
Landis
up.
was
We're at
talking about, oh, well, they're going to be more
59,359. Come on,
detained.
man. Let's get to 60,000 tonight. We do it.
You think they wouldn't mess up again? Let's hope we
Yeah,
get
but
some
if you go to
closure here tonight, once and for
newsnation.com,
all.
cut me off after like 5 minutes.
We
I
get
signed
closure.
up for a $99 service.
All right, so I'm at 10 minutes out.
I'll never use after this. It's all right. We're all good. We're here. We're hanging out. We're on the JLL on the run. We got News Nation fired up. I think we're good. Now, see what happens.
That's great.
Who reported the son and the mother?
Brian Hinton.
A son and a mother taken
Yeah.
out?
Still want a commercial on News Nation. I'm way too young to be a boomer. Well, that's what they call me, right? $99. I had to get the premium package to get all this. I just was like, I just don't care. Wanted to get it for all of you. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care the cost. I just want to make this happen. I want to bring the best experience for all of you.
Sense.
But we'll cancel, right? Yeah, I'll join the Boomer Club. It's all right. We'll cancel. I barely watch TV. I watch YouTube. That's it.
Sorry?
I'm here with you.
People are saying we're going to the right place, so that's good news. All
No,
right, enough with the addresses for now. We're good. We got the address. If we need a new address,
I'm here with all of you.
we'll throw that up there. Thank you.
Is it included in
Appreciate
YouTube Premium? Oh boy, I probably have that. I like being here with all of you. I don't want to watch TV. I want to be on your TV. Yeah, I don't watch TV.
Yeah, but it's pouring down rain.
I have
You got
like
an umbrella?
my TV in the living room, and I have an
Stay in the
antenna.
car.
And I have a Roku. No, I have a smart. Do I have a Roku still? No Roku. Just regular
Let's go. We got it.
smart
Maybe
TV.
this suspect. Hopefully this is it.
Super Gen X.
Hopefully this is the guy.
Super Gen X. Gen X. How many Gen X's do I have in the room? What's the X's in the room? You're Gen X. Look at all those people left. All right, let's go here. Breaking news. Here we go. Brian Enton live.
Arizona News Nation is the only one on the scene of this active SWAT
Okay.
situation. Something very serious.
Brian
seems to
Enton
be
right now
unfolding
was like,
right now. Back
yes,
this is Brian
the only
Enton, who
one
is
here.
on the
Yes.
scene, as well as former CIA officer
Look
Brian
at him.
E.
He's
Wright,
holding that
former head
smile
of the FBI's
back.
Tucson
Good for Brian.
office, Agent Black. Brian Enton, let's go to you first about what you're seeing. I know earlier you said that there were 2 individuals taken out of a home that you were watching. Do you have any updates?
Yeah, so we know that 2 individuals were taken out of a home, Katie. We know that this is an operation connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We are in a neighborhood just a couple of miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. There is some kind of intelligence that led law enforcement to this house tonight, and possibly a traffic stop also involved close by, which I'm still trying to nail down. We've been kind of waiting tonight. The SWAT team was staging, as I was telling you earlier, at a couple of different locations. We got an indication that something was going to happen tonight, and then they moved in on this house. Brought out a man and a woman, and it's the Pima County SWAT team out here, a ton of deputies, the FBI. I mean, it's a massive presence out here, and we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. They're all still in front of the house right now, and we don't know if they're going to take someone away to be questioned. We don't know what's going to happen next, Katie.
Did you see the individuals who came out of the house? Were they in handcuffs, or were they simply being led away from the location?
Yeah, I couldn't tell. It's dark. It's raining tonight. It's actually the first time it has rained since I've been here for almost 2 weeks, and it's quite a bit of rain tonight. And they don't allow. There's this light ordinance here, which I'd never heard of before, but they don't. Which I knew from Nancy's neighborhood too. It's like literally pitch black here at night because they don't allow people to have lights outside because of like the stargazers. People like stargazing. So it's hard when you ask if the person was handcuffed. It's really hard for me to say, just because it was too dark. But I do know that 2 people were brought out of the house, and that one of them was the person who investigators were wanting to talk to about this whole about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And they obviously are taking it seriously again, because 2 massive SWAT trucks, armored vehicles, I would say 24, 25 deputies out here. It's a really big scene, Katie.
So, Brian, compared to where you were in Rio Rico earlier this week when they went down and served a search warrant and detained and questioned an individual there who was eventually allowed to go and not charged as a suspect, although they did take away some electronics from the home where this man lived. What's the difference between what that scene looked like and tonight in terms of the resources that are there?
It feels very similar. It feels about the same. I mean, there was a ton of people in Rio Rico, cops, I mean, and the feds were there too. So it actually has a very, very similar vibe. And in Rio Rico, you know, it seemed like maybe they had their guy. I mean, that was the sense when we were out there. Even the sheriff, the Pima County sheriff, was all the way in Rio Rico when we were there. So, and then remember, it turned out later that night that they let the person go and they questioned him, and you know, it wasn't the right person. So that's why I don't want to, you know, get hopes up too high here, but at the same time, we do know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So, you know, hopefully this is going to mean, and it looks like, Mo, if you want to pan, I think one of the SWAT trucks is coming out now. Let's just see what this is. I don't know if you can see, Katie, but there's a truck. Well, it now stopped behind the bush. But it appears this is a significant operation happening here, Katie. Yeah, it looks like it's about to move. Let's see if this is one of the SWAT trucks that's leaving.
Wow.
We're kind of trying to stay around the corner right now, just because there's a perimeter set up, and we ended up inside the perimeter. So we're just trying to stay out of the way a little bit, Katie.
So Brian, you're saying that this SWAT vehicle is trying to leave the premises? Or just move? I
think so. Yeah, here it goes. Can you see? Can you see it? It looks like. Is this one of the SWAT? Yeah, that looks like one of the SWAT cars that trucks that is now maybe about to leave or stopping in the middle of the road here. And I would imagine, you know, a lot of these SWAT guys are brought in just for the initial takedown, just preparing for the worst, really. So if these people are what came out the way we know they did, you know, there wouldn't really be much of a need for all. I mean, there's a ton of SWAT deputies that showed up here that haven't left yet. So it doesn't surprise me that some of them will be leaving now that they're realizing, okay, you know, these people aren't going to put up a fight. There's not going to be a shootout, that kind.
Real quick, and I want to hear Brian talk, of course. I'm just going to let everybody know, if they shut this stream down, if I get booted off, I will come back. Okay, I will come back.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to bring in Brian Dean Wright, former CIA officer, and Agent Andrew Black, former head of FBI Tucson office. Agent Black, you're the expert here watching what's going on. Can you explain to the audience what they're seeing?
Sure. First, I want to compliment Brian Enton on the fine job he's done at investigative journalism, getting that close to the targets like that is really impressive. And what you could ask him when he comes back on is if he sees any search teams, because the SWAT team, the Pima County, I have a lot of confidence in the Pima County SWAT officers. They're very good, but they're there to make an arrest, but they can also be there to secure a potential search site. And so I'd like to know if they're executing a search warrant with that many people on site. I think they're going to execute a search warrant for evidence of criminal activity related to the Guthrie disappearance. And search warrants aren't issued easily. Officer must go to a state judge, must swear under oath in an affidavit that they have information that gives them probable cause to believe that there will be criminal or evidence of criminal activity in this residence. If they're executing a search, that is very encouraging. Doesn't mean they're going to find evidence of criminal activity, but it would mean that they've received information, whether good or bad, that leads them to believe they'll find evidence of criminal activity tied to the Guthrie disappearance. So this is encouraging.
Yeah. Brian, let's talk about the show of force here. Obviously, law enforcement believes they're dealing with a violent situation, given that Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. There was blood on the front of her steps as she was taken away. Given the situation and what these officers are walking into, what is the mindset here in terms of how much force they're showing and what they think may occur when they're going into these violent situations?
Well, this is just like both at the CIA and the FBI, whether you go through Quantico's training or whether you go through the agency's training. It's true for law enforcement. This is the moment that you have gotten ready for. This is the moment that you've been training for. And this is where the rubber meets the road. And your blood pressure probably going to be going up a bit, but you are ready to be professional. And so I have deep confidence in certainly the FBI guys. And I would echo some of the comments that have been made tonight about the Pima County Sheriff's deputies, individuals involved. You know, some of those guys are quite good, you know, without they're actually tapped by the sheriff to do the good work. that's something else. With all due respect, I don't think that a lot of us who live in Tucson have a great degree of confidence in this sheriff. But nevertheless, this is the moment that I think that a lot of them have been waiting for and hoping for.
Leroy, thanks for the
and
5
trained
membership.
for.
Wow,
So fingers crossed that this is where Mrs. Guthrie is at,
Thanks
safe.
so much.
And if so, they are ready for this moment.
Agent Black, looking at this scene, we know that the FBI is there and
Look
the
at
Pima
the-
County Sheriff's
wow.
Department, but the FBI Special Hostage Unit, according to Brian Enton, he at least has not seen them here yet. Does that indicate anything to you about where they are in this investigation?
It might mean that they're not needed at this particular spot, right? This is a job clearly, and then Brian mentioned that the officers on the ground do a very good job for the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Okay, the fact that the SWAT team is there securing the site, arresting individuals, looks like they arrested them or at least detained them, is encouraging. If we see the FBI hostage rescue team involved, it may be for a more complex operation.
All right, Brian Dean Wright, former CIA officer, and Agent Andrew Black, former head of FBI's Tucson office. Thank you both so much for your expertise tonight and your insight. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
All right, let's go back to JLR. He's on boots, and I'll go back to Hulu in a moment. Let's listen to JLR. There was a massive amount of people. He just pulled up.
Let's see what's going on here.
Thank you. Appreciate the support tonight. Thank you. We're very, very close to hitting 60,000 subscribers tonight. Only about 600 away. I think we could do it. I think we can do it, folks. If you haven't subscribed, please make sure to subscribe. I do too. I really do. I really do. Thank you, Mon. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Recovery. I appreciate you. Thank you.
They got massive people out here.
All right, let's listen.
Literally.
I'll go back to Hulu in a minute. I'll go back to News Nation, in a minute. I will go back to News Nation. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm downloading a bunch of files for another case that I will be talking about soon. And I will be back to News Nation in a moment. Let's listen. This is live on scene right now.
Whoever's getting out of that car, get back in. Put the car away. I don't want any cars parked here. Thank you. This is an exit. I need the space. I need you to move. Thank you. Move away from here. Now.
There's the English accent.
I will go back to News Nation in a moment. Yeah, come on in, folks. Let's get this channel over 60,000. I think we can do it. I think we can do it.
All right, we're going to use this as a staging ground here.
It is still on commercial. Yeah, thank you, CLS. We'll keep bouncing back and forth to and fro. To and fro. News Nation and the live feed here from JLR, and I want to give JLR a lot of credit. He's been down
All right,
there.
so we are on a thing called a road called
Reddit.
So this is crazy. I'm going to keep it here for a minute. We'll evaluate the situation. They have the road blocked off.
Let's see if Hulu is News Nation still on. No one go anywhere. Yeah, this is the time you want to be here. This is the time you want to be here. This is what we're waiting for. Again, we don't have any confirmed reports of what this is. We did hear that there was a woman, a male and a female, taken into custody, and we don't know. Are they the perps? Are they the suspects? Are they just being held for questioning? We'll find out. We'll find out more information soon. And I'm going to go back to see if News Nation is back live. Again, boots on the ground here, JLR. Brian Enton is there as well. Appreciate y'all being here with me tonight. Let's see. Oh, we got Hulu back. I keep saying Hulu. News Nation. Here, Brian Enton.
Home. We also are joined by Jeffrey Holstead, who's a former police chief with many, many years of law enforcement experience. Brian, let's go to you. You've been with us all hour. We just saw one of the SWAT vehicles leave the scene. Can you give us an update on what you're seeing?
Yeah, it's interesting, Katie. The SWAT, it looked like it was leaving, but actually turned around and went back in. So they're all still in there because we haven't seen anyone leave. And there were 2 big SWAT trucks, just like the one you saw, plus probably another, what would you say, about 10 or 15 law enforcement cars, whether it be the deputies or the FBI. So we're just kind of waiting to see when things start to kind of, simmer down just a little bit, because they're all still down there. And as I was telling you, we know that they went in, that 2 people were brought out, what appeared to be a man and a woman. This is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I'm also being told there is a search warrant that is happening here, which that is something new, which may explain why they are all still there and don't appear to be leaving. So there's more work being done by law enforcement. And we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next, Katie.
Mr. Holstead, what is the significance of that, and what would they be searching for and looking for in this case?
Well, keep in mind that there's going to be 3 stages to this search warrant. So the SWAT team will show up and give a tactical entry. They're going to make sure the scene is safe and secure. They're going to give an all clear. At that point, then you're going to have the investigative resources show up afterwards once they know it's safe and secure. Then you're going to have CSI and or a recovery or evidence retrieval unit if needed. They're probably on standby as well. So while Brian is there, just because SWAT would depart doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% secure. Please be safe and watch your back while you're out there.
Yeah, Brian, can you describe more of what you're seeing? I know that you talked to us earlier about how 2 people were taken out of the home, a man and a woman. You said it is dark there. Tucson is a dark sky city. It's pitch black without any kind of lights, as you mentioned. But have you seen any other movement of people in and out of the house?
We haven't seen much, and I'm trying to decide when I'm going to get out and go look. I mean, just to be totally transparent with you, we somehow made it into the perimeter, Katie. So we are very close to where this is happening. So I know the minute we start moving around,
they're going to
get kicked out. So
yep.
I'm trying to be, and I also want to be respectful to law enforcement, since we did manage to get so close to this happening. So I haven't seen much else since the 2 people came out. But I'm kind of parked. I'm trying to look around the corner where the SWAT truck came around, but at the same time, I'm trying to lay low for the moment, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I would say, as Chief Holstead said, I would make sure they know why you're there and what you're doing, given their high stress levels in their investigation.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Chief, given the amount of firepower we have here, we have 2 SWAT trucks. Brian mentioned a dozen vehicles, both FBI and Sheriff's Department. Clearly, this looks like a tip they think is going to lead somewhere. But we also saw this earlier in the week down in Rio Rico, and it ended up not producing a suspect, although it did produce electronic.
I tend to believe a little bit more heavy action is going to happen here. That stop that was earlier this week, they're staging. We're hearing a search team is out there. They're going to search this house. I feel very confident about this, that this is probably something of significance. All right, let's go back to News Nation.
With that said, people that are being removed or detained, Now they're going to be held and do an investigatory stop,
The
and they're going to
thirsty-
kind of
yep.
find out who they are, why they're there, and what they're doing.
Oh,
And if they
do-
get cleared, they will stand by until
Are we going to have yellow crime scene tape here?
possible evidence if they have a search warrant to do that. But just because they've been taken
Oliver,
out
thank
or in
you so
handcuffs
much.
does not mean it's a suspect. Investigatory purposes only at this
so much.
point.
Brian, you mentioned earlier about the location and how close it was to Nancy Guthrie's home. Can you just reiterate, without giving the exact location, how far away this is from the initial crime scene?
Yeah, it's about 2 miles away. So not very far at all. 2 miles, like, maybe a 10-minute drive from what I can tell. It seems like a relatively nice neighborhood. I mean, it's very, very dark out here, but it doesn't, Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, it's people live on 1 to 4 acres. The houses are spread out. This seems more like a normal, typical neighborhood where the houses are kind of closer together, but it looks like a nice neighborhood. And again, yeah, about 2 miles from Nancy's.
All right. Chief, just real quickly before we go, there are a number of law enforcement agencies involved here, but there are also, Tucson PD, state police. How do you think the coordination has been so far?
Yeah, in a leaf blower, right? Right.
It's been pretty good without being on the scene or actually commanding this incident. It's going to be challenging. I can say in this region, it is fairly distinctively a tight-knit group, and that's historically the way it's been. Katie, my son went to U of A the same time you did, so bear down, but he reminded me of the close-knit kind of community that's down there. With that said, the state of Arizona is very tied into the Fusion Center. I stood that up in 2003, ACTIC and Phoenix. So intelligence is being distributed in a very fast manner because they're on our platform, and I know they're getting it in a half a second. So it's very powerful there.
All right, Brian Entin, thank you very much. Chief Holstead, great to talk with you. Thank you. Great to get your expertise, and hopefully this scene will result in additional movement in this case forward to find Nancy Guthrie. Thank you for joining us today.
All right, everybody, and welcome to Jesse Weber Live. I'm going to be taking over right now. So as you see, we're beginning in Arizona with some breaking news in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff's Department has activated both their SWAT team and their mobile command unit. At one point in the evening, they were just in a staging operation, and now it appears that 2 individuals have been detained. Now, we believe it is a man, it is a woman. We haven't been able to identify who these individuals are yet. I'm going to bring on Brian Entin in a minute, who's on the ground within the perimeter of where this is happening. And let me just add this. News Nation was exclusive in this. We exclusively learned about this SWAT operation, which I believe is at a location that is 1.9 miles away from Nancy's house in the Pima County area. But remember what this happens. Let's just put it into context, okay? You're 13 days in. This comes on the heels of the sheriff, Chris Nanos, telling News Nation that investigators found DNA samples in Nancy's home belonging to someone that wasn't Nancy or anyone that was close to her. You know, that's interesting, considering early on authorities seem to have indicated there was no forensic or DNA evidence of a suspect. So what changed? Now, after an investigation, again, that stretched on for 13 long days, now we have to ask, within the next hour, are we going to get confirmation that authorities have finally made an arrest? And more importantly, is Nancy Guthrie still alive? I'm joined right now by News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Entin, who has been the first on the scene here. Brian, thanks so much. Okay, for anybody who's just joining us this hour, lay out where you are. I know you can be limited in what you can say because you don't want to jeopardize an active investigation that's happening, but lay out what you're seeing right now at this hour and what we can expect to see.
Yeah, so we're at about 2 miles, Jesse, maybe a little under 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. It's still active. The SWAT operation that was out here, I would say about 24 deputies, FBI agents, 2 big SWAT vehicles from the Pima County Sheriff's Office rolled into this neighborhood. I've lost track of time. We've probably been here for about an hour or so. And I'm told that they were conducting an operation connected to the Nancy Guthrie operation, to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. They went into a home in this neighborhood. They brought 2 people out. It appears that it was a man and a woman. And beyond that, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. None of the SWAT vehicles have left yet. None of the deputies have left yet. In fact, only more have arrived since we've been here. And I am told that there may also be a traffic stop that happened around the same time, very close by, that could also be connected to this operation happening here at this house. So there's a perimeter that's been set up around the neighborhood, and we are inside the perimeter, very close to the house. So we're just trying to kind of lay low right now while we just try to stay out of the way, and see sort of how this unfolds from here. You know, there was the in Rio Rico, remember I was on your show the other night, there was it felt very similar, that operation. The same amount of resources, a lot of people. That ended up turning into nothing, it seems. They ended up letting the guy go. So I don't want to, you know, jump to any conclusions here that this is going to be a big break in the case. But at the same time, we do know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We have confirmed that, Jesse.
And similar to what happened earlier in the week, they're executing a search warrant. For what purposes, what they're looking for, we don't know. But as you and I both know, this can take some time. But clearly a judge had to sign off on this. And there is something there. There is something there they believe is worth looking into. I know you said earlier, I was listening to you on Katie, that you couldn't tell whether or not these individuals were placed in handcuffs or whether or not they were given verbal commands and told to leave. Is there any identifying descriptions you can give of these individuals? Did they appear young? Did one appear older than the other? Were they, let's say, a mother and a son? Were they? Did they appear to be close in age? Anything? Any identifying information you can give about this woman and man that were let out of the house?
Okay.
It may have been a mother and a son, is what it appears to me. Again, we're going to have to wait. It's dark out here. It's rainy, which doesn't help. But it appeared to be a mother and a son. And I don't know if they're still here or if there hasn't really been anyone who's really left. So I'm assuming they're still in a squad car or something. When we first got here, I mean, we got here right when the SWAT team got here. And we put the windows down right away just to listen, because sometimes when you get on these scenes, you'll hear flashbangs or you'll hear them on the loudspeaker, telling people to come out. We didn't hear anything like that. There was nothing loud. There was no flashbang. There was no, police saying, come out, put your hands up. So I'm assuming it seems what happened here.
It's going to use the
They
restroom.
basically surrendered. They came out without any sort of issue, from what I can tell, because it's been quiet ever since they got here. But similar to Nancy's neighborhood, it's just so dark. I mean, there's no street lights, and it's kind of difficult to get a detailed look at what's happening, Jesse.
And just to clarify, I mean, you said there might be this simultaneous traffic stop that happened. I am curious about the wait, right? Because there was this idea of you getting word that some operation was taking place, and it didn't happen immediately. So my mind is thinking, okay, did they wait for the execution of a search warrant to go in, or were they waiting for someone to come home? Was there any catalyst that you saw that happened for them to actually remove these individuals from the house? Was there something that changed?
So what happened is, we heard earlier through sources that something may go down tonight, and that the SWAT team was staging in a certain location in Pima County. And that means that they all meet in one place that's not at the sheriff's office, and they just wait to get the call. And they got the call. We didn't know if they would, but they got the call. And so that's how we ended up here. I don't know what made them decide to go at that very moment. I suspect it may have, and I gotta, like, when this settles down, I'm going to start calling my sources again, but just based on the puzzle pieces that I have now, I think it has something to do with the traffic stop. And I think when the traffic stop happened, that somehow gave them the green light to go in the house here. But I've still got to iron that part out, and how the traffic stop fits in exactly to why they also went into the house, and why they're doing the search warrant here.
And have you seen Sheriff Nanos on the scene yet?
I haven't, but that I wouldn't, from my vantage point now, I wouldn't be able to point him out. I mean, there's just so many deputies out here. He was out at the, and I think I told you this last time, he was out at the, when we were in Rio Rico a couple nights ago, and something similar happened. He was there. So, and this is much closer, to Tucson. So, I would imagine, if this is serious, he probably has come out here, but I haven't seen him myself.
Okay. And by the way, the reason I ask is because he's been a central figure in this. He was on Elizabeth Vargas's show earlier today. I mean, it seems that the Pima County Sheriff's Office was doing damage control after the report came out that they weren't sharing evidence with the FBI, and that the evidence that they collected, including the gloves, was sent to a private lab and not Quantico, and indicated, you know, that they did find some DNA evidence within Nancy Guthrie's house. But, and as by the way, if you see anything, Brian, or there's any activity, just cut me off. But just to put in perspective about what's happening, this is a development that's happening on a very busy day. You had the surveillance footage that may be looked at by authorities that was about, 6 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house of an questionable individual. You have the idea of the recovery of the gloves. They have now been able to potentially identify the jacket that was being worn by that individual in the surveillance footage at Nancy's house. And on top of that, the DNA, which I said in the top, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had said all day, and I agree, this is a major development when you have DNA evidence of someone who is not Nancy or not connected to Nancy. But isn't it strange that I remember at the beginning of this investigation, when they looked at the house, they said there was no DNA. There was no forensic material leading to a suspect. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong,
all over the place.
but I don't know what changed unless unless the FBI went back in, or it was a tip that, I know they were going in and out of houses, but that seems strange to me.
Yeah, they said a lot of things that have changed, frankly. But you're right. I mean, it's a huge development. The fact that they found DNA in the house, that's not Nancy Guthrie's and not someone connected to Nancy Guthrie. So a stranger, perhaps the person who kidnapped her. And you'd have to imagine now that they have this DNA, when they get into a situation like this, where I'm told this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, if this is a potential suspect, what they can do right away is swab for DNA. Yes, it's going to take some time to test and to send out and see if there's a connection. But, you know, that's obviously something that they're going to start doing now that we know they have DNA from inside the house.
Okay, Brian, stay with us. If you see anything, you let us know. We'll jump right back to you, but we're going to have you during the course of the hour as well. I want to bring on John Bueller, former detective on the Scott Peterson case. We had him on earlier in the week. And we also have Kieran Ramsey, former FBI chief investigative officer at Global Reach. Gentlemen, great to have you both here. John, I'll start with you.
I just don't know why. Why would you cut Brian Enton out? I mean, he's literally on the scene right now. And I get it. They got to get their experts in. They got to make a program. They've got to, talk about what do you think is going to happen right now. But I literally would have Brian on the screen as well, too.
There is something that had to lead them to that house. And of course, they may have been waiting out there long enough to get a search warrant, because you can't just barge into somebody's house unless there's exigent circumstances, which suggests to me that Nancy is not in there, because you probably would have seen something about that by now. So people of interest, possibly somebody related. Right. The DNA that was just found at the house, not associated with any family member, but it equally could be just a repairman that came by. Maybe he set a tool bag or something like that on the kitchen counter. He was working on a disposal in the sink, any number of things. But it is promising, because to take this kind of reaction this close in proximity to the location of new DNA suggests there's something going on there.
Kieran, John raises a good point. As we're looking at this outside shot, as we're thinking about who's coming into this property, and if there was a search warrant being executed, what should we be on the lookout for? What specific teams, what specific equipment? Because that can give us an idea about what they're looking for and what they may be finding.
Well, as we know, everything law enforcement is doing right now is first and foremost to rescue Nancy Guthrie, right? We're talking about a life that is still in jeopardy, and we're at day 13, day 14 about to be turned over. It seems that there's been a lot of resources already sent there. And quite honestly, I'll be very direct. I wish. I'm
going to read this one real quick because my chat again is frozen. Eroy says, interesting that the sheriff was doing interviews today after being quite quiet for days. Distraction. He's the one that was given all the misinformation. There was so much misinformation going on. Oh, they're working with the FBI now. I'm not working with the FBI. And he comes back out today, clarifies that I did work with the FBI. See
forensic teams come in.
Where is he? Where's Nana?
Right.
Not even there.
Kieran, can you just emphasize what you mean by that? Because this is a question I have throughout any investigation. How much do you share with the public? How much do you share with the media? This is a situation where we find ourselves, there is a suspect's image, video, photo that has been now circulated across the entire world, the entire country, the entire world. They're talking about they're matching certain items worn by this individual. They say they've collected DNA. They say they collected gloves. I've heard experts say could be a good thing. Whoever did this, they might get sloppy, mess up. Somebody rats them out. I mean, TMZ got another note today saying we got information about the kidnapper. On the other hand, you just brought up a very ominous risk that the more attention, the more the world is getting closer.
All right, let me put this out there. Could these two individuals, and we heard a mother and a son was arrested or detained, could this be maybe they are some of the ones that were sending this email or these letters to TMZ, and they're really not the kidnappers, or maybe they're part of the kidnapping team? Could this what this be? Could this is what this be? What do you think? Let me know in the chat. Do you think that maybe this is the person that she said a son? I don't know how old the son is. Brian Enton said a son. Could this be the kid writing the emails? And then there's an actual kidnapper somewhere, another person that's involved. What could this be? What do you think? Let me know. Let's go back to the sound.
Somebody could easily recognize.
I'm
But
glued,
at the same time,
to the TV.
as we do that, you're exerting pressure. You're closing the ecosphere of the individuals responsible or individual responsible for this. And they're starting to feel tremendous pressure, which, again, very well could be foreboding for the victim here.
Okay, I just want to reset where we're at. Okay, so News Nation exclusively learned about this SWAT operation that is almost 2 miles away from Nancy's house. 2 people have been brought out, have been detained. We don't know who they are. Man, woman, Brian Enton is within the perimeter. We're being told that a search warrant is being executed. This is a connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. We have no idea in what way, but as I keep mentioning, it is happening at the end of a day where we got a ton of information and potential progress in this case. John, back to you. How long is this operation going to last? I mean, again, I'll tell you what happened. The other night, Brian Enton's on the scene. I'm covering it with him. We're wondering how long this is going to happen. They execute a search warrant in Rio Rico. By the time I got off air at 1 a.m. Eastern. By the time I woke up, like 4 or 5 hours later, they had already cleared the guy. So what can we expect now?
Miriam, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you.
Well, it's kind of a crapshoot on that. If they're really in the crosshairs and it looks like DNA matched them and there's things in their past that might suggest they have some involvement, you separate them, you interview them. You might turn up the heat and turn it into an interrogation. If they don't ask for an attorney, you kind of work one against the other and hope one of them is going to give up the other so that they can find Nancy wherever she's at. If they're going to be doing a search warrant there and it looks like they're tied into the abduction, I wouldn't expect them to be done with that warrant for several hours because there's going to be a lot of things to look for in the house. And just like Director Ramsey said, it does show the pressure on the bad guys that took her. I assume it's probably 2, but we can never be sure on that. The only good thing about that is as the pressure mounts on them, we can always hope that one is going to decide that maybe it's better to be a witness, collect the reward, and rat out the other one. That's the one thing that we can always hope for. Doesn't always work that way, but hopefully that'll be the case this time, and we can make sure that Nancy's returned home safely.
John, is the first thing they're trying to do locating clothing or items worn by that suspect?
Really am. I'm so grateful that you're all here, because there's a lot of channels that are streaming, doing their thing, their own coverage of this. And you guys are here hanging out with me. And I love it. And I really do appreciate it. I really do. You guys are a great chat. Yeah, let's get to 60,000 tonight, right? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done? All right, let's go back to live.
Into somebody else without knowing the criminal history of these 2 people. And maybe they have a clean history, never been in trouble before. But if they do have a history, then you're going to be looking at them more closely to see who their associates are, who they've been arrested with in the past, who they've been to prison with or anything like that. I don't know for sure what their history is, so we can't really say for sure. But that's where they're going to be going. So you don't just have the people that are there working the warrant. You got other people at headquarters that are running the bio on these people to try and determine who everybody is in their universe.
Yeah, this is an interesting development. John Bueller, Kieran Ramsey, thank you very much as we're covering this. I want to let everybody know, obviously, we're going to continue to jump back into this, but I want to let everybody know about something else. So on Saturday, you can watch News Nation's very own Brian Enton. News Nation special report. It's called Missing the Nancy Guthrie Mystery. It's live from Arizona. That is 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, right here on News Nation. If you want all the information, I definitely encourage you to take a look at it. Now, let me tell you, earlier tonight, okay, I talked with somebody who knows all too well what it is like to be in the middle of a high-profile criminal case. Amanda Knox, remember her? She has been in the global spotlight since 2007 when she was accused of murdering her roommate in Italy. And for years, she fought to clear her name. She was ultimately exonerated. So I asked her, with everything going on right now, what is it like to go through an ordeal in the public eye, and what may it be like for the Guthrie family?
Their worst nightmare is playing out.
Now, let's go to the boots on the ground. I want to wait and see when Brian Enton goes back. Let's go boots on the ground. I still have News Nation up. I want to wait till Brian comes back. Let's check out here. Boots.
It's the guy with the accent. Yeah. Go ahead.
Always off. Interesting.
People are out there blocking the road and everything like that. Yeah, there's a massive group of people here. I don't know what the heck is going on. So we wait and see. Wait for more information to come out. I mean, the raid actually happened. SWAT was out. This is not. But you know what's crazy about this neighborhood? This might explain. I was just looking on the map here. This might explain why there was no surveillance of no video or no surveillance of any vehicle. The reason being is this is literally like in the same Catalina Foothills neighborhood as Nancy. It doesn't expand out to Oracle. Doesn't expand up to Skyline. It's all tucked in the neighborhoods. And, you know, so if these people are involved, and I don't know if they're involved or not, you know, people have been detained, looks like a serious issue. They never even made it out to those 4 key point intersections that we've been talking about. They're been within in the neighborhood. It's crazy and wild. But that's where we're at here, folks. So we'll continue to see what is going on. Share this video out. JLR investigates continuous coverage of the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. Where is she? Where is Nancy? Where is she? Oh, look at this. Looks like some sort of forensic game passing through. This is wild stuff, folks. Oh, there he is. See what happens here. Are these the people that are involved with this? Whoever lived in that house, are they the real people that are involved in this situation, or is this what led them to them? Remains to be seen. Remains to be seen. get a press conference? Maybe we get some information about what's going on. Hello. This chat is going to be fast, folks. We're watching a boots on the ground. We don't know what's happening behind the law enforcement here. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Hi.
I live right behind Annie.
Oh, you live behind me?
Yeah.
You live in the house behind?
Well, she's behind me.
Okay. So, what do you think?
It's been surreal. It's been absolutely crazy to me.
You know who these people are?
I have no clue.
Did you hear them go in?
No.
You didn't hear SWAT go in?
No, there was nothing going on over at Annie's house.
Nothing? There was rumors that there was a roadblock.
Yeah, I was watching your stream.
No roadblock?
Nothing.
Okay, nothing
There
going on.
wasn't even any.
Nothing going on over at Annie's house.
There wasn't even any media over there. Just the security guy.
So did the FBI go to your house?
We're waiting for News Nation to come back.
That was
They're on a commercial.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
It was on Tuesday?
Yeah.
What they asked?
They just wanted to go. They wanted to walk the property.
Walk the property.
Yeah, and they actually called me because I was at work.
They did.
Yeah.
So to meet you there.
Yeah, they asked me if I was home.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'm at work. About 30 minutes away.
That's what I noticed. I noticed a lot of the homes around there, the neighbors, they tend to like arrive there or waiting for the FBI.
That's exactly what happened.
Like, hey, we're calling each and every person.
Well, so they came to our house Thursday, the Thursday before that, and it was just the Miranda detectives.
Yeah.
Asking for cameras.
It was Miranda detectives?
Mm-hmm.
Miranda. Why Miranda?
They were helping out.
Okay, gotcha.
With everything.
Gotcha.
Because they were going door to door.
Yeah.
To see if we had any camera footage and everything on my cameras at the time. But I also had my settings screwed up to where, because you know how long our driveways are, right? Yeah. And
Okay, let's go back to News
I was-
Nation. Turn the volume up on News Nation. Here we go.
We have just learned as well that the Pima County Sheriff's Office, the PIO, is coming to the scene. We do not have an idea on when that is going to happen, but we should be prepared for a possible impromptu press conference that is happening here of some kind. And that would be a major development. We are also learning that there may have been a traffic stop that was connected in conjunction with this SWAT operation. As soon as we get that video, we are going to play it for you live on the air. So a lot is happening at this hour. I want to bring in, for some perspective, criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos and retired Lieutenant Commander with NYPD Joe Cardinale. Thank you both so much for coming on. Mark, I'll start with you. I believe a search warrant had to have been executed for them to do this. Talk to me about what the specificity of that search warrant would be, what exactly they might be looking for, and how this is conducted.
Well, my immediate reaction when you tell me there was also a traffic stop is that they probably had a search warrant, or most likely had a search warrant that was not only for the house, but also for the vehicle. And they waited for the vehicle to leave the location, executed the traffic stop, took those people, presumably either detained or if they had probable cause, to search them as well. And then at the same time had the SWAT team, since the people in the vehicle had left the location, take over and commandeer the house to execute the search as well.
And I have a bunch of legal questions for you in terms of this case, because one thing that keeps coming to my mind in the last 2 weeks is not only can you make an arrest, can you get a successful prosecution with some of the chain of custody and contamination issues we'll talk about in a second. But I want to go to you, Joe, about this. You're seeing from the outside what we're all seeing. SWAT being mobilized, mobile command unit, a search warrant being executed, a heavy presence of authorities. It seems that it's being led by the Pima County Sheriff's Office. This is eerily similar to what we saw earlier in the week when there was an individual who was detained and questioned and ultimately released. What are you seeing that we're not seeing here? What do you think is happening right now, and what are you taking away?
Well, first off, we're getting a lot of information from the tip line, and in these cases, you get so many, but you have to vet that line and see which is, bona fide, which really have credible information. So apparently, somebody had some information, or they came up with something. You don't know whether it came from a tip or it came from evidence. All right, they spoke about DNA today. The one thing I do wish they had was if they would have sent it to Quantico, they would have had the CODIS, right there, and they could have sent it out and had that, right away with it. So that being said, maybe they did get something back with that. We don't know. So let's just say for this instance that it's something that came about from a tip. Well, the information that this person or persons would supply would have to be credible enough to secure a search warrant and to get them to that location. And I agree with Mr. Garagos there that I can guarantee you they had eyes on this location prior to them hitting the location, and they saw that vehicle go, if that is the case, pulled it over, and do what they had to do for that instance, then came and secured this location. So for them to be here, Jesse, they have to have some information that's tied into one aspect of the case. You don't know if it's the key aspect of it, but something that has to be worked. And as
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know what I'm just thinking about as we talk about this is this idea of the lab where I think some of this evidence was sent. Big issue of contention because it's a private lab. It wasn't Quantico. Looked it up. It's handled a bunch of cases. It's handled a bunch of cases before, but it does become a question. I believe that they can't even directly put evidence into CODIS, which would be huge in this investigation. We'll talk about it in a second. I have just gotten word. News Nation has the exclusive video of that traffic stop that was conducted earlier today. If we have it, let's play it right now. Okay, so my apologies. It's just we've B-roll images of this. We're looking at it live. Joe, I'll go back to you. Okay, as you're watching this, again, this is exclusive video we obtained of what this traffic stop is. We'll try to break it down in real time. What are you seeing right now?
Well, what I did see for a moment there looked like a white van, and perhaps that's something that vehicle right there, if that's the vehicle that they have stopped. And that would tie into this because remember, there was reports of a white van at the beginning of this. So you want to, maybe that's one of the leads they have to go down. What I wanted to say was you had a perfect guest on, and you have a great guest on right now that can compare this to another great case that was worked, which was the Lacey Peterson case. And as Mr. Garagos knows, and as John knows, that there were people that were saying, oh, well, what about this direction? And the detectives had to go in that direction and just say that, no, it wasn't this because we ran that lead down as well. And that's what has to be done in a case like this. You just can't take for granted that these leads aren't tied in. But even if they aren't, it was reported. There was some credibility to get the warrant. You have to say why something did or did not fit into the criteria.
So, Mark, here's my concern, okay? The lawyer in me, here's my concern. They're talking about collecting evidence. We may be seeing progress here. But you had a crime scene that was closed and then opened and then closed. And our very own reporter was there and was able to see the blood stains, walk right by it. You have an issue of gloves that were found seemingly baking in the heat for quite some time before they were recovered. DNA that was apparently found in the house. When I mentioned with Brian earlier, I mean, I thought the initial reports were they found no forensic material in the house, and there was no DNA in the house tying back to a suspect. So even if they were to make an arrest, is this a problematic prosecution? And I know you're not part of the case, but you see my concerns, right?
I do. And I don't think it's a coincidence that yesterday, I don't know, Jesse, if you were reporting on it, I assume you were, or Brian must have, that there was what looked to be an evidence tent that was constructed at the house.
Yes.
My suspicion was yesterday that they were trying to create, based on the timing at the time of night, they were trying to recreate a scenario, if you will, that had the same ambient light of the time when that video was taken. And why would they do that? They would do that for a number of reasons. Number one, they want to try to isolate the actual colors of the clothing, of the various pieces of evidence that they can spy through the video camera that they were able to retrieve. And I also, and this is speculation, but I think it makes some sense, if you take a look at that video of the Ring camera or Nest camera, you were looking at, there was a pretty good video shot of the eyes behind the mask.
Yep.
Now, I suspect they've got iris biometrics, and I think somebody was trying to recreate the ambient light so that they could then tune up the video so that it would recreate what it would look like in order to see if they could do some kind of iris biometrics to identify somebody, like when you go to the airport for clear, if you're in DOD and you've got something like that, or even sometimes in some locations, the DMV. Now, fast forward a day later, basically, we've heard about this white van, and to the detective's credit, he remembers the brown van during the Peterson case, but that became a plethora of tips that you have to follow up on. So if they had the tips, they then found something yesterday during this kind of forensic experiment or recreation that they were doing. It doesn't surprise me that today they're following up on that and at least doing another search to see if what they've discovered so far pans out.
You just led me into something I wanted to talk about next. Okay, we have to take a quick break, but here's the thing. I want everybody to stay with us as we're monitoring this situation, but Mark laid it out perfectly. You know why? We now have an unofficial sketch of the suspect that was created by a legendary forensic artist. Is this the guy? All the details next.
All right, we'll go back to News Nation in a minute. I'm going to go back to Boots on the Ground, JLR. Let's see what's going on up there. Use the restroom really quick. I heard it was a son and a mother that was taken into custody. They're going to have a press conference. Just haven't heard anything time. Waiting on the time. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I promise I'll go back to News Nation. Just listen to JLR.
Thousands of tips, as you heard Rob say. Every tip has to be vetted and run down. Sometimes you'll see activity pop up. We saw that just a couple days ago on Rio Rico, where someone was detained, questioned, and then released. This is a flow of very fluid situation, a very fluid investigation. We have dozens of detectives with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, we also have FBI agents working with everyone working together to try and find Nancy. And that's what you see behind me. Pima County Sheriff's Department says this is part of the investigation. No one allowed to go into the neighborhood. No one. We have seen folks come out, but at this point, this is being held here. No one's going in and investigating what's happening on the barricade. We don't know right now. We do know this is part of the search for Nancy Guthrie. We do know that there have been thousands of tips that have come in before this day. We know that police and law enforcement forces are pretty slow. That is, they've been very, very powerful. There has been some progress. Investigation taking some different turns. There's a lot happening behind the scenes as far as everything that's getting run down. We know that there's work being done. There are sort of behind the scenes work happening there, as well as here on the ground in Tucson. Again, at this point, it appears we're not going to get a
Where's the sheriff?
as to what is happening.
Where's Danos?
This is part of the investigation, and it's part of the investigation into the search.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I just hope he doesn't get up there and say, we were the ones that did this, because it was a joint effort between him and the FBI. I haven't seen Nanos at all. Yeah,
Absolutely, where there was a neighborhood blocked off.
Where's Danos?
No ha dicho más sobre estas actividades que se han desarrollado en la última hora. Todo esto en conexión con el caso de
We'll go back to News Nation in a moment. They're on a break right now. Eroy, thank you. Nanos doesn't even know where Nanos is. Right? Where's the sheriff? Yeah, you don't even know where it is.
You can see dozens of people have come out just to see if progress has been made. This community, this Tucson community, is so impacted by the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. It's so touched so many people.
Right.
Here.
News Nation's
And
still on
as soon as word went out, Stephanie, you're taking a look. People
on a
just
break.
rushed here to see what was happening. Again, Pima County Sheriff's Department, they confirmed with you, the activity you're seeing on the screen is connected to the
2 people were taken into custody. It's been already reported. A mother and son. And there was also
we get some
traffic
answers
stop.
from police. We're hoping for something that's pulled it, but there won't be a press conference. The statement can't open it here a little bit more than just what's happening. This is developing very, very slowly. At this point, there are more questions.
All right, I'm just looking at X really quick. Yeah, X. Yeah, I hope it's not one of these situations. But I think they got people that are connected. They wouldn't come out and have they wouldn't have a press conference. They wouldn't have an upcoming press conference. What? Dolly Vision pulled up on a dead body? What? Really? Where's that reported? I know he's not live. And the stream that he had was taken down. I don't. Let's not spread that if that's not true. He went back to his hotel. Old Mayor, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hope you're well. Really do. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. All right, let's go back to News Nation.
Official forensic sketch of that masked suspect that was caught on the Guthrie's doorbell cam. Remember, this is one of the key pieces of evidence. I say it's unofficial because it wasn't released by authorities, but this sketch was created by the retired Houston police forensic artist Lois Gibson. And Gibson says she studied the doorbell video of the person, relying on the eyes, the facial structure, what little could be seen to fill in the rest. She admits, look, she guessed at some features, stresses this is not an official law enforcement rendering. But listen to this. Gibson, the Guinness World Record holder for, quote, most successful forensic artist. And she says her renderings have helped police identify more than 1,300 criminals. Lois Gibson joins me right now. Thank you so much for coming on. It's such a pleasure. Okay, a lot of people are listening to this and saying, how'd you come up with this?
Oh, I just did what I could do by filling in the parts that were covered by the masks. That's it. I could see the eyes, the bottom of the nose, the philtrum, the top of the lip, both lips, part of both lips, and the general outline. And I watched the guy's body move, and I got his age. I felt like his age was about 30s, early 40s.
How did you find the hair and like the parts that were covered and the structure of the head? I mean, it's not the grainiest photo I've ever seen. It's not a faraway shot. It's better than we have. And there is one shot. I don't know if we can. Oh, I think we have it. Maybe we could switch it up where you kind of see the eyes and the goatee or what appears to be facial hair. It's more significant than I've seen in other cases. But again, how did you know what the hair would look like, the ears would look like? I know you said you guessed, but how sure are you?
I didn't know. I'm doing an educated guess, but I've worked for 43 years with various grainy surveillance photos and helped find suspects. And it's an educated guess. And if I fail, I don't care. If they can just get Nancy back, I'll be fine. I'll take the hit if I'm wrong. But I think I'm right. And I've done facial reconstructions for skulls, and I had no hair, nothing. And I've got the hair right on all the skulls except for one. So I don't know. I don't know. This is my business for 43 years. In this case is a kidnapping, and kidnapping cases are insane torture for the loved ones.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because with all this, we sometimes get lost about what we're talking about. An 84-year-old woman who has been missing for 13 days, mobility issues, needs daily medication. There was blood outside the home. This is a dire situation, and you have a family who is desperately looking for answers. And each time this case goes in a 180, and there's reports, even though it's been fought back by the sheriff's office, of a lack of cooperation between the FBI and the sheriff's office. It just adds, I just have to imagine it adds to the pain for the family. So I appreciate that. I know that you created this partially just for them and to help them in this case. Did you reach out to law enforcement? Have they reached out to you for your services?
Oh, no, I'm retired and I didn't want to hear bureaucrats say no. I think you understand that. And I've helped get back 8 kidnapping victims. And I've been with the loved ones that are missing their kidnapped person. And it's insane torture. It's the worst torture. It's worse than a murder, because if it's a murder, it's peaceful. It's real sad, but you can have a funeral. But I've been with people, and it's insane. And it's unbearable, because every moment, every second, they're going, what's happening? Is my mama dying? Can I stop that? Can I stop that happening? But they don't even know. It's insane torture. So I was so frustrated. And when you're real emotional, you draw better. So I just did the best I could. And I could see the eyes, the bottom of the nose, top of the lip, the thickness of the mustache. So I replicated that with the eye. And the mustache color I put in the eyebrows. And I put in hair because of his attitude, his body. He seemed spunky. He seemed energetic. He didn't seem down. I just didn't think he had a shaved head. I don't know. I have instincts that have paid off.
Do you know what, do you have an idea of what ethnicity he is?
No, he could be Latino, white, Lebanese, Egyptian, New Zealand, Irish with dark skin. Like, I'm Irish, I got dark skin. I don't know. No, I don't know. But I've had skull reconstructions where the skull is just crushed, and it was hundreds of bones. And I got that skull made so close that the mom recognized it. So you got to have a sixth sense to do it, and you got to be a masochist. I hope they catch him tonight. I hope those people they arrested are it. And if my sketch is wrong, I'll take the hit. But I had to help, because I've been with loved ones of people that were kidnapped. It's unbearable.
Yeah.
I want Nancy back. That's all.
So do a lot of people. So does the family, and a lot of people are invested in trying to have Nancy be safely returned to her family. Look, you did a great service tonight. If you are accurate and somebody sees somebody, let's say in the Pima County area, the Tucson area, I was like, wait a minute, that looks very similar to somebody I know. This is going to be a big break, but we shall wait and see. Thank you so much, Lois. Really appreciate it. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, let's go back to JLR. In the meantime, on the break. Oh, did I not share my screen? Yeah, I did. Okay.
We don't know exactly what they're doing down there. They're doing something. Law enforcement's doing something. We don't know exactly what they're doing. We're waiting. We are waiting. But it's just a standby. We're going to see what's going on. We're about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. You could arguably say this is like the same type of neighborhood, though this looks like a different types of homes, but same concept, tucked in the Catalina foothills. Not far at all. 2 miles away. Like halfway between here, like the middle between Tommaso and Annie and Nancy's home. It's like tucked in between. Here comes more law enforcement. Coming in right now.
Have a good night, Roy. Thank you so much for your support tonight.
More law enforcement coming in.
We're waiting on the presser.
Crazy, folks.
Say they will have a presser, but I'm not sure when it's going to be. We will wait. We will wait.
It's raining out here. It's raining out here pretty hard. I got an umbrella.
Wow.
Look at this. The SWAT truck.
SWAT truck rolling in. Look at this.
That's crazy. Not crazy or what?
Wow.
SWAT just left after we're doing its job. SWAT. Bearcat.
Uh-oh. You got a spinny wheel.
I don't know what's going on here. They're not letting anyone go through unless you live here. Now we're trying to find out more about the suspects or the people detained. Here comes more cars. Those are FBI agents. FBI agents coming in.
Uh-oh.
They're flashing badges. Whoa, a convoy of FBI agents are coming in.
Wow.
Holy smokes. Look at this.
This
a rack of FBI agents.
This is the spot.
And
wow.
Sheriffs.
Wow. Oh.
Here comes more. Dude, the feds are coming in.
Someday.
Look at this. Holy moly.
All the FBI
They're all
agents.
coming in.
I think this is the spot, folks. I think this is serious
All
business.
types of agents are coming in here.
Wow.
Where is Cash Patel?
All right, let's go live here. We got a triple shot on News Nation. Triple shot on News Nation. Maybe they got some updates.
Just heard what I said. There was this traffic stop. There's a SWAT operation. You have been a part of these before. What are you seeing that we're not seeing?
Well, first thing I want to tell you is I was glad to see Lois Gibson. I had the honor and privilege of working with her for 23 years at the Homicide Division at HPD, and you're not going to find a better sketch artist anywhere in the world. Very passionate about what she does, and we'll see what the results are about this sketch. In regards to the operation that we're seeing here, look, these things take place based on where the evidence is leading the detectives. And we are seeing enough evidence that has led them to draft a search warrant on another residence.
Forensics.
And they are in the process of executing that search warrant. Now, this individual that was stopped, if he
Forensics. That's big, folks. Forensics rolling in.
where they're executing the search warrant, then again, they're doing their due diligence. I imagine this residence has been under surveillance for a number of hours. They have been rolling surveillance on this particular subject. And when the time came to execute the search warrant, that was the time to take him down and put him into custody in some form or fashion, whether he's being detained or he's actually under arrest. So what we're seeing here in real time.
And Phil, just to interrupt, we just saw forensic trucks leaving the scene. What does that tell you?
Well, there is something there that they're gathering evidence. I mean, they are there for the purpose of processing that particular scene, wherever the search warrant's being executed. If this van is part of the scenario, they're going to be processing the van. I would imagine at this point, you know, we brought the FBI. People need to remember too. I know you've talked about these little disputes that have been going on, supposedly being put out there by some unnamed source within law enforcement. That is noise. It shouldn't be happening. I've been involved in these multi-agency FBI and support. The Pima County Sheriff's Office is running this investigation. It is theirs. And the FBI has been brought in as a support for resources that the Sheriff's Office doesn't have. And primarily, they're functioning with the development of the evidence in these digital forensics analysis. So you've got a whole bunch of assets here for one cause, and that is to find Nancy Guthrie and get the right person who's done the wrong thing in custody.
Now, I will just say, as somebody who's been covering this from the beginning, I wish this was day one, you know, not day 13 in this. And remember, this comes on the heels of them saying they found DNA in her house, not of her or anybody connected to her. The problem is, Phil, what complicates this is what lab it's being sent to. There's a whole back and forth that's not apparently being sent to, you know, the gloves not being sent to Quantico, they're sending to a private lab.
Good night.
Apparently this lab, as far as I could see, doesn't even have a direct connection to CODIS. But you tell me what you're thinking.
Well, I would just respectfully, look,
you don't even have to be respectful. You just tell me what you think.
Well, you know I'm going to be there. But look, the sheriff, this lab that they've sent the DNA stuff to be processed at the beginning of this, it's their scene. They're processing, and they're going to do the process in the manner in which they are consistent with. So they sent it to this lab that they've worked with for years. And just because it's a private lab that cannot directly enter it into CODIS, they can provide all the results of their processing to a government agency, i.e. the FBI, the Sheriff's Office, whomever, and it will be entered into CODIS.
Right.
So to me, that's just that's a red herring that's been thrown out there to confuse
somewhere.
So I don't think it's an issue.
Fair enough. And again, this is a lab reportedly that has been in part of thousands of cases, and I believe they might even have a contract. Right. So no reason. I do want to ask you a question about this. We just got word from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. There was talk about whether or not the PIO, the public information officer, was going to come on the scene and there was going to be an impromptu presser. Just got word there is no press briefing scheduled for tonight regarding the Nancy Guthrie investigation. A written statement is forthcoming. Why would they not want to have a press conference tonight?
Well, because they don't have a finality to the results of this search warrant that they're running, or my sense is that the person that they got on the traffic stop, if it is someone who is what I would call a possible suspect, he's on his way to an interview room. would be my guess. And they have got some kind of affirmative link between that individual and the scene at Nancy Guthrie's home. Now, I don't know if that's the DNA. Who knows what that may be. But this feels a little different than the search warrant and the person that was detained, a night ago, a couple nights ago. There seems to be a little more, to me, not knowing what they have, but it seems to me there's a little bit more sense of urgency here, that this is getting them closer to the truth about what happened. And let's pray that that's in fact what is occurring. I don't find it terribly unusual. They want to get their ducks in a row before they start getting a PIO out there and start holding press conference.
I have to just point this out, and I feel bad I have to point this out, but I have to point this out. There has been no indication that Nancy Guthrie has been taken out of this property. We haven't seen anything. Brian Enton didn't come on and say, I just saw them escort Nancy out. You are talking 13 days in. This could be a situation where potentially, right, they're detaining somebody who has information that could maybe lead to who they're looking for. But you've worked a lot of these cases. 13 days in, you have an older victim in this, and the fact that we haven't had visual identification of Nancy at this location. What are your thoughts?
Well, my experience tells me, and gosh, I hate even saying this. I question whether or not Ms. Guthrie was removed from the residence alive. So, and now we're so far out, and with all of her health concerns, I mean, it's a horrible, I don't even like talking about it because it's just such a horrible situation. So I'm just speaking from experience here on these kinds of things.
Yeah.
The goal here now is to find her, whatever that condition may be, and then find the right person who's done the wrong thing and make sure there's a measure of justice here and brings about some peace for the family.
Now, I will tell you this. I'm comforted by what Sheriff Nano says when he says they believe that she's alive. They want her back. I hope you're wrong, Phil. But this is such a complicated case.
I do too.
It is taking 180s every 5 seconds.
Pause really quick. Eroy says $5. Thank you, Eroy. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Says, in my opinion, it's good that they aren't doing a presser tonight. I'd rather them build an airtight case. Can't wait. Nancy shouldn't have to wait for justice. It's a great point. I agree. Get all your ducks in the row and then make sure that everything is square into the T. These are the exact people. We have all the evidence. This is what we know. That's what I want to see. Patricia, thank you so much for the 2. Says great coverage, right? Let's go back live. Let's get some.
You're being told 2 individuals were removed from that property, that the property is being searched pursuant to a search warrant, that this property is being searched also in connection with a traffic stop that happened earlier tonight. And we learned that a man who was detained during a traffic stop, believed to be connected to this SWAT operation, was believed to be on his way to the home where this operation happened at the time of the stop. We don't know if he was arrested. We don't know if he was taken into custody. To repeat, we do not know more details about why this operation is happening. We did get word, and we did see forensic trucks leaving the scene. And by the way, this is exclusive footage we obtained of that traffic stop. I noted before, you see that white van, right? There were reports about potentially a suspicious white van in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood before her disappearance. We don't know if that is what led to this traffic stop, but something to keep in mind. And although there were reports earlier on that there was going to be a press conference, or that at least the public information officer from the sheriff's department was going to be on the scene, we have just gotten word from the sheriff's department there will be no press conference tonight. There is going to be a written statement that will be forthcoming. As soon as it comes in, we'll make sure to read it on the air. Brian Enton is on the ground there. He's within the perimeter. As soon as we get an update from him about what he's seeing, what he's hearing, we'll make sure to bring him back on the air. But not only do I have with me retired homicide detective Phil Waters, I also have with me a former lieutenant commander with the NYPD, Joe Cardinale. Joe, back to you. You were the one who noticed that white van, said it may have significance. I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this traffic stop. Again, the man who was detained during that traffic stop, again, the stop believed to be connected to the SWAT operation. They think he was on his way to this place, this home, at the time of the stop. What does that tell you?
Well, if it's a reverse of what we said before, they definitely had eyes on the location and on this individual. And before you even got back to the place, they did the car stop. If there is anything with that van, rest assured that van's back in custody with Pima County, with the investigators. They had that van towed back, and they're going through it right now. But also that location, that van must have been seen at that location before. And for those vehicles to get out of there as quick as they did, I don't think they had too much concentration on the inside of that house as well. But I have to agree with Phil on this. You have to go where the evidence is taking you, and often it's taking you in dribs and drabs. You don't get the rush that everybody's waiting for, to get that press conference, to get everything going. So this investigation still has to go. And there's something else that's very telling. I know Phil mentioned before about, it doesn't make it, with the lab, they're comfortable going with that. But that's very telling, because if time was of the essence, they would send it to Quantico, and they would have it put into CODIS right away to tie into something that's possibly, or get a lead on it. But the fact that they're sending it over there, that's kind of telling in itself. But, these investigations, when we have it, I mean, Phil and I could probably pick apart that crime scene incident left and right. We did it all day yesterday, and it leaves a lot.
Yeah.
You had Mark Garagos on there before, and he could tell you right away.
I know. There's a number of issues. I hope it doesn't affect the investigation or potential prosecution if they arrest somebody. I want you guys to stand by. By the way, I forgot my my T-shirt with my blazer. I could have joined you guys. Look at this. You guys, did you match this up? My gosh. Okay. Anyway, I'm happy to have you guys stay with me for a second. I want to bring on News Nation's Brian Enton, senior national correspondent, the first on the scene. He's within that perimeter. Brian, what are you learning?
Yeah, we actually just got moved back, Jesse, as there was a whole contingent of FBI agents that came in. I'm talking like, what would you say, Mo, 10 FBI cars that just arrived. So it seems none of the deputies or FBI that went in when we first got here have left. So there's even more law enforcement now. I don't know what that means. Perhaps this is more serious than they initially thought, but a whole contingent of FBI agents just arrived at the scene, Jesse.
And they moved you back. I mean, I have to ask you, did they, you were first allowed within the perimeter for quite some time. Did they give you a reason about why you had to move back and what might be going on?
So, I mean, just to be totally honest with you, we were trying to be responsible. We've been following the SWAT team. We were the first ones there. We were right there, and we were just, sort of minding our own business. And I think they finally figured out that we, were media, and they said, hey, you guys got to get out of here. So I kind of knew that was going to happen eventually. Yeah. And it happened. And so now we got moved out.
Well, listen, you were the first on the scene reporting this. It was pretty incredible. Correct me if I'm wrong. Besides the FBI presence, I saw forensic trucks going, leaving. I mean, what other things have you seen in terms of, because that's telling. That's telling. It gives an idea about.
Oh, what happened?
Looked more like the FBI ones, although it's dark, it was hard to tell for sure. And we know that a man and a woman were brought out of the house, and that there is another man that was stopped at a traffic stop close by, and it all seems to be connected. We're trying to piece it all together. Granted, I don't know that all of these people are the targets or the people that law enforcement want to question connection to Nancy Guthrie. They may have just, been in the house. So we're trying to sort that out, but it seems, they're still here. And when we just got moved back, the deputy said, I said, are they going to be here for a long time? He goes, oh, they're going to be here for a long time. So it seems like, this could go on all night here in terms of the search and the investigation.
Again, eerily similar to what we saw the other night. For people who don't know, can you give us an idea? And I know you have to be sensitive to the operation. Can you give us an idea about what this neighborhood is, its location, its geography, and in comparison to where Nancy's house is?
Sorry, I just lost you. Let me call.
No worries. We're going to get Brian back up. Again, as you just heard from Brian Enton, who's on the ground there, he had to be removed back. Basically, there's an increased FBI presence. And if that's the case, let me go back to, we got Phil Waters, we got Joe Cardinale. Phil, if there's an increased FBI presence and they're going to be, the deputies saying they're going to be there for hours, what is that saying to you?
Well, I would imagine this is an evidence response team from the FBI, which I have used on many occasions. They are great and at what they do. And so we're seeing the resources marshaled together for this investigation. So there's no, I don't see anything here unusual based on a possible kidnapping and the resources that were brought in that is being worked steady as to where the evidence leads them to go. So I don't see, from my perspective, and I think Joe would agree with me, I just don't see anything different happening here. I know for you guys, it looks like you keep talking about 180s and all that kind of thing. There are no 180s going on in this investigation.
You really don't think so? You don't really think so?
No.
The idea of opening the crime scene, closing the crime scene, the idea of somebody being detained, released.
Well, that's part of the process.
Okay.
I mean, that's part of the process, Jesse. You got that lead. Look, they're doing a triage on 14,000 freaking leads that they've got. And they have to get the ones that are more credible, the one that might be credible, and then the ones that probably are not credible. So, but they have to follow up on all of them in some form or fashion and eliminate them or pursue them. So this is a time-consuming process. It doesn't happen in 43 minutes with no commercials.
Nope.
And I don't see anything going on here. I know it to the public, to the media who is clamoring for the latest scoop. It appears to be organized confusion, but I would tell you, I think Joe would back me up on this. You're watching detective work in real time occurring here.
And all I'll say is that you're 100% right. I mean, you guys are the experts. I'm not. The only thing is, in this kind of kidnapping case with this victim, time is not your friend. And that is the problem. That is the problem.
It never is.
It never is. So, I mean, Joe, I'll give you the floor on this. And let me also ask you this. I'll obviously respond to Phil. Is it coincidental that we're seeing this on the same day, what was it, a couple of days after that security footage was released of the suspect? On the same day they claim they found, they're sending the gloves in for testing. They found DNA. They're getting, I don't know, 40,000 leads or tips. Today, all this happening, what do you think led to this operation we're seeing? So 2 parts. Obviously respond to what Phil said about the integrity of the investigation, and also what do you think is leading them to this operation?
Well, the fact that you're getting these leads, and as Phil said, we triage them, and you'd be surprised at how many kooks are out there and bring in things into this investigation that don't have to be there. And it's people that are looking for attention, people looking for the ransom money, whatever. But, I have to really go back to the original crime, all right? You have to look at what you had at the original crime. I personally feel that, nobody's going to spend 41 minutes in a crime scene. They want to get in and get out. If it's the idea to go in and do a home invasion, do a burglary, you want to get in, you want to get out. I still say this is somebody very close to the area, to the family that's been there before, that's familiar with it, all right? They still have not established how this person or persons got into the house, right? They never said that, and he wouldn't say it on any of his interviews, and rightfully so. He shouldn't say it because it's probably something that's unique to what they're investigating. So my guess is maybe a hideaway key, something like that. We don't know. But this is what detective work is. You take each response like this tonight. They're going to be in there for a little while. I don't know whether that team left over there, the evidence collection team, I don't know whether they left. All right. But if the FBI has got many other vehicles there with the lead investigators, now remember, Pima is the lead investigator on this with the assistance of the FBI. They don't do the homicides. Detectives do the homicides. So this is very important. I'm not saying this is a homicide. What I'm saying is on a lead, they are the lead on this particular case, no matter where it goes, kidnapping or whatever. This is very crucial to the investigation because that's how you preserve the integrity of it. We could go back, Jesse, to the original crime scene and say it should have been secured, and you could always go back in there. But I think they have evidence that's going to come out later on. That's going to be irrefutable. That's going to be generic to the perpetrators on this, that no matter what happened that time, they're going to come back and say, we could tie this in successfully. It's a daunting task. This is a very daunting task, and you got to give them the time to work their leads.
So let me interrupt this boys club we have. Let me bring in retired FBI agent, News Nation contributor Jennifer Coffindaffer.
Oh,
who's
no.
with us now. Jennifer, thank you for staying up as we're watching this happen and unfold it in real time.
No.
You know, you heard Brian Enton say before there's an increased FBI presence here. The FBI has played a central role in this investigation. It was Kash Patel who released those images and videos of the suspect. As we're talking about what FBI's role is going to be in this SWAT operation that was conducted at a property about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house, where 2 people have been removed, and this is in conjunction with a traffic stop where someone was detained. What do you imagine the FBI is doing right now?
Well, the number one role I think they're going to have is in the ERT, their evidence response team. They do it, and they do it very well. And they have handled a lot of this evidence recovery we've seen since they've interjected into this investigation. To be clear, though, from a legal standpoint, it is Pima County that has venue and has jurisdiction over that case. So the FBI is there working in conjunction with them, but at the end of the day, they are the ones that are in charge.
Jennifer, I want you to clear something up for me. Okay, so Sheriff Nanos from Pima County went on Elizabeth Vargas earlier tonight. He said they can't clear anybody from the investigation when asked if you've cleared the family. And when you heard that, you know, social media run wild with that, a lot of theories, a lot of speculation. Is that standard to say at this point in the investigation, particularly, I have to imagine he knew this was going to be conducted maybe several hours after his interview. I could be wrong. Maybe something developed. But what should we be taking away from that? Is that standard to say, listen, we can't rule out anybody. We can't say anything until we, you know, catch the person or persons, see if they have any kind of connection to the family or not? Or is there something more we should be looking into?
Well, each sheriff that's in charge is going to make that decision, what they are and aren't going to say. We saw in Idaho every week, every few days, they came out and said, hey, listen, these people are cleared. And they gave a list and they gave it to, you know, the public information officer to release. We saw that. We're not seeing that here. And I think it's because it's too early in the investigation. Everyone is a suspect. And I just don't think they can clear them yet.
Let me go to you, Phil, on something. Besides the DNA that was collected from the house, arguably the most important piece of evidence in this entire case is the surveillance footage from Nancy's house, the Nest footage, right, of the suspect. When you view that guy's actions and the way he's walking around and taking the foliage and either trying to dismantle the camera or hide his view, and if it is true that this suspect or suspects discarded gloves relatively nearby, does this signify to you someone who's sloppy, someone who knew the house, someone that's a professional, someone that has experience? No, it's tough to read from just this image, this footage, but you know, sometimes this is better than we get in other cases. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's kind of hard to tell. I don't see this person as being a terribly sophisticated criminal. I think he's done some things that he thinks are going to hide his identity, protect his identity, and so forth and so on. The thing that I noticed about the video and the individual in it, it looks like the jacket, it looks like he's wearing layered clothing. Looks like he's got layered gloves on. He's got this mask. He's got this backpack. And so, and we know that we've got Nancy's blood in this entryway. So obviously that's where she came out. Now, you know, we've talked about, there's been no discussion about how they made entry, whether it was forced, whether it was not, so forth and so on. And that's not something that should be divulged in the first place. But it's interesting to watch this guy's motions, because apparently when he's walking up, he's looking at the ground, and it's not to cover up his face from the camera. It looks like he's trying, because it's very dark there. So it looks like he's trying to pace himself so he doesn't fall down, and then he steps onto the entryway and he looks to the left like he's looking at something. So And then you get this business with.
All right, real quick, I just want to recognize a couple of chats that came through. Let's see. Leslie says, Brian, we met on October 24th at Jigga's fundraiser. It was lovely to meet you. Authentic, amazing, and great coverage. Thank you. Thank you is what I want to say. Well, thank you so much for your support. A big $50 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then Pat came through with a $10 super sticker just under that chat. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate that. And thank you, Pat. All right, let's go back. Sound up. Here we go. News Nation.
But it looks like it's soft. It doesn't look like it's a hard, rigid, like a burglar tool or another weapon or something of that nature. So it's a very, very odd set of a very odd costume that he's put on.
So just if everybody's joining us right now, again, this is a live look in Tucson, Arizona. There was a SWAT operation that was conducted earlier tonight at a property about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. We are being told that it is being searched. You see forensic trucks leaving. You see an increased presence of the FBI. Brian Entin is on the ground there. We do not know whose house this is as of yet. We know that this was also operated in conjunction with the traffic stop. 2 individuals were removed from the house. Jennifer Coffindaffer, let me go back to you on something. I've been confused about this all day. You've been following it. You tell me, Jesse, you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely wrong. If they found DNA in Nancy Guthrie's house, you and I both know DNA can be the key to solving any case. I remember at the beginning of this case, and maybe I'm wrong, they said they didn't find any forensic material in the house, any DNA linking to a suspect. I could be wrong. Tell me if I don't remember. That's what I thought I read. Now, what would have changed? Would the FBI have certain tools that they could use to locate DNA? And by the way, we don't know where this DNA was found because they say it wasn't DNA of Nancy or someone connected to her. They wouldn't reveal where it is. I imagine it's a very specific location that matters. Does the FBI have certain tools or resources that would have allowed them to collect this?
Well, Jesse, I believe that the sheriff was very cagey about really answering that question about DNA or whether there was even blood in there. And remember, this could be hair, this could be touch DNA, this could be sweat, this could be saliva. There are so many forms that DNA is found in, so within the house. So we don't know, but I can tell you certainly that the FBI has all the same tools generally as the others, only better. And I say that, not that the FBI is better. They just have more expertise and more experience in collection methods. That's what I've seen throughout my experience.
Okay, so as you know, we're live. As this is unfolding, we will see what happens next. Hang with us. We'll be right back right after this, only on News Nation.
Missing.
Hang on,
Nancy
son.
Guthrie Mystery. Saturday, 8/7
Hang
Central
on,
on News Nation.
Somewhere on a stretch of road in a town you
All
never
right,
heard
let's
of.
go
There's a Chevy truck. And the
to.
person
We're not
who
going to
drives
watch commercials because they don't pay me. But hey, listen, if any of those commercials, any of those brands want to pay me, I'll take it. Let's go to JLR live outside. Oh, I think he's got a spinny wheel. He might. Oh, there we go. Let's say we'll do this for now. Let's see. Till News Nation comes back. He's got a spinny wheel. He's got a spinny wheel. Let's refresh. Okay. We'll wait till his feed's been spinning. All right. We're gonna have to wait till News Nation comes back. Here we go.
Multiple people detained, road blocked, massive amount of people out here gathered. We're talking about Nancy Guthrie, and this is why. This is why.
can't.
I'm just waiting for News Nation to come back. I want to thank everybody for hanging out here. We just hit the 3-hour mark of our coverage tonight. 1,559 people in the chat. I want to thank all the new subscribers that have come in, all the support through the entire evening. It's nice to see everybody here. It's nice to see old faces. It's nice to see new faces. We've been doing a lot of work on the channel and, really trying to iron out and get this channel up and going where it should be. It should be at 100,000 subscribers. That's where this channel should be. And we will get there. That is my goal by the end of the year. And again, I appreciate all of the support. And we're just waiting for News Nation to come back live. We're watching the feed here at JLR Investigates till this comes back on. But thank you all for being amazing. You're all great. Thanks for being part of this community. And I love doing this. I love YouTube. I love spending time with all of you and hanging out here. And I'm so grateful that you do come in and watch these live streams.
Yes, we've seen the SWAT team vehicle in the area, which left the shop on the trucks.
All right. We're still waiting for News Nation to come back. For some reason, my computer is acting up big time tonight. Leah, thank you for becoming a Ghost Squad member, level 1. Appreciate that. Well, I love you. I love all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate all of you. All right, waiting for News Nation. My computer just doesn't want to work tonight. I think we're going to have to tomorrow we're going to have to plug in the supercomputer.
JLR Investigates.
All right, let's go back. News Nation live.
Nancy Guthrie investigation. We have new information for you right now. Before I let you know what it is, I just have to set the scene. As we have been talking about, there was a SWAT operation conducted about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house. We had gotten word, Brian Enton was the first on the scene. We got word that authorities are searching this property pursuant to a search warrant. There is a very large presence of authorities, mostly FBI. We saw forensic trucks leaving the area, and I have just gotten word that 3 people have been detained tonight. So there was 1 man, 1 woman from that home. And we also talked about and have exclusive video of this traffic stop that was apparently connected to this operation. And we believe that 1 man from that traffic stop has been detained. And we believe he was on his way back to this property when that stop happened. Again, this is a real-time update in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I have to be clear. There has been no sign of Nancy at this location, no word about how this is connected to the investigation in general. We are still learning more details as they come through. But as Brian Enton, who's on the ground, indicated, this is a search. This is an operation that is going to last several hours. I want to bring in retired FBI Assistant Director Kieran Ramsey and retired homicide detective Chris McDonough, who's also the director for the Cold Case Foundation. Chris, I'll start with you. 3 people being detained. Detained is a very specific word. What does it mean?
Well, when somebody is detained, it means they're not under arrest. And so the reason for that is to conduct, further interviews, collect forensic evidence, that kind of stuff. And without having to put the individual into, a custody situation. So if they're doing that, then they have some insight in relationship to some type of culpability. What I mean by that, the wrong word. They have some type of insight in that these individuals probably have some type of information they want to get to that.
Now, we were talking, Kieran, these forensic trucks showed up. We believe there's a large FBI presence there. What kind of material are they looking for in this house, and what kind of material may be connected back to Nancy? I mentioned this before. Are they immediately going to be looking for clothing that matches the suspect in that footage? Are they immediately going to try to find something of Nancy's? How quickly can they recover this information? Talk to me about what might be happening inside that property.
So, as a former head of one of the evidence response teams for the FBI, having been through something like this probably over 100 times, they are going in there with a fine-tooth comb looking for obvious physical evidence. And then on top of that, hairs, fibers, fingerprints, DNA, anything forensically, because this all culminated because you have a convergence of information and evidence. You have a convergence of tips and leads, possibly, along with physical and forensic evidence previously collected, and then combined maybe with some digital evidence, maybe even some cell phone evidence out there. So to have them show up now with, obviously with a warrant, if they're going in there with a warrant, and an FBI evidence response team is going to go in there, they're going to go over this house with a fine-tooth comb to look for everything that possibly could at all be connected to this crime.
Real quick, about that, you mentioned the warrant, excuse me, Kieran. Is this something, because I remember Brian had said he'd been on the scene before they were staging, before they went in. Is this something they were waiting for a warrant, or do you think they had a warrant for several hours, maybe the day before they actually used it to execute it? How does it typically work?
I would hate to speculate the exact timing.
Sure.
But usually you get that information in, you start drafting your probable cause statement, working with your prosecutors, and get it in front of a judge as soon as you can.
Right.
So that, because in this case, remember, we have an 84-year-old woman missing for 14 days. So I imagine as soon as they had the ability to get that warrant signed, they got it signed, whether it was an hour before they hit the house or the day before. I doubt it was that long and they were waiting. I'm pretty sure it was just before they were able to get there and conduct this enforcement action.
Just had to ask because I am thinking about everything we've learned in the last 12 hours with DNA and forensics and gloves and identifying the suspect's, backpack and or trying to identify the backpack and the sweatshirt and all these different things happening at once. I'm trying to understand why they did this tonight. Well, maybe we'll get some more answers. I'll tell you what we do have, okay? So as I mentioned, Brian Enton's on the ground. He did an interview with a neighbor, Peter Molk, lives across the street. Let's hear what he had to say.
Unbelievably absurd. It's making everybody nervous. It's just surreal. And we just can't imagine how the family is processing all this. You know, as a neighbor, as a person that lives in the community, we just wanted to resolve, for the positive.
And so what do you make it, how's it feel? There's,
Thank you, Eroy. Thank you.
SWAT.
Yeah, I live right across the street.
Right across the street.
Yeah, it's weird.
Tell us your thoughts when you saw that going on.
Thank you, Mary.
Just about trying to process it all. Tell us how you feel about that.
We feel that, they might have gotten a tip. There's been a lot of tips, I'm sure, over the past 2 weeks, but this seems to be a tip that's, could be close. Hopefully it's something that's credible and, it's actual. So
real quick, Pat is asking, Brian, will you be going over more of the Epstein files? I will, and I am. And because you're a channel member, after this live or maybe sometime tomorrow, go to my homepage, scroll all the way down to members only. We have a teaser trailer in there of it's a 30-second teaser trailer of an Epstein video that I will be dropping on Monday night. And I will be getting back to the Epstein files. I have all the data sets. We will be doing major deep dives into that. Yes, I will be covering more of that. All right, let's go back live here. Turn up the sound.
And for the reasons is because she's such a low risk victim. I mean, there's what they call the victim risk continuum. And you just think of like the letter L, Jesse. You got environment, situation, circumstance, low, medium, and high risk, right? Well, what's the environment? Well, she's at her house. The circumstance was she's in bed in her house, and environment, situation, and then the circumstance as a whole was she just disappears. Well, on that victim risk continuum, that puts everything to the very left of that continuum, meaning it's a low risk victim. And so there's a higher probability that there was some type of association between the victim and that particular house as a whole. Okay. And so that then tells the authorities,
Maybe on the
as an
commercial break, I'll
investigator,
play a little bit of
that
the
tells
teaser.
us,
Play the
okay,
teaser.
we got to start a radius here. And we, first of all, everybody in the circle, family, friends, employees, the pool guy, the air conditioner guy, anybody in that circle. And then you move yourself out into the neighborhood. And you typically, in a case like this, would probably go between 2 and maybe 5 miles, maybe 10, if the scene continues to expand. And in this particular situation, I think there's a digital footprint somewhere. The FBI is the best in the world. The CAS team is the best in the world at giving digital footprint to local authorities. And I believe that's probably what they're chasing.
Just something to add on to what you said. My initial thought was, I think like within 24 hours, 48 hours of Nancy Guthrie disappearing, was I hope that they look at the contractors, the people who worked at the case. I can't tell you how many times I've covered cases, older victims who are exploited and victimized by the people that work in their house. And I'm not saying that's what happened here, but again, that is just something I think you have to look at when you deal with these particular situations. Okay, stand by. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're live on the scene with more breaking news in the continued coverage of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. We'll be back.
Welcome back, JLR, live on the ground. And now. And then we'll play that teaser in a second. I'm just waiting for something to upload really quick. George, we got it.
Because the reports were like SWAT was going out related to Nancy Guthrie, and it ended up being true. It all ended up being true.
You got it, George. Thank you.
That's crazy. 30 cars, literally. Okay, let me just to show you perspective here. We'll go for a walk for a second. I'll just show you what the scene is like here, so you guys know what the scene is here. We're pretty much got a lot of like journalists out here doing reports all over. People out here. Look at how many people out here. So it's quite a few people. It's a big scene.
All the people, it's massive.
It's crazy or what?
So many people. All the media. Wow, look at the media.
I mean, it's like crazy amount of people out here. It's a circus out here.
Right?
So it's down the road there.
I mean, it was the same thing that Mary said, where they are the latest update is with the FBI, but they're not doing.
Yes. Re-detained.
This was crazy how we were all the way in one town, flew down here, flying up there looking, kept the stream going. You have a YouTube channel?
I do. It's very, very, very small.
What is it?
Kid Stallion,
Kid Stallion.
KIDSTALLYN 266.
This is Annie and Tommaso's. You live right by them, right?
They live right behind me.
They live right behind you.
Wow.
And so it was kind of a shock to learn that, and it's more of a shock when the FBI called me to come home and walk my property on Tuesday. So, but I wanted to do anything that we could do to help, honestly, because it hits way too close to home. You know, you say things happen in your backyard. It was actually my backyard.
Yeah, your backyard. And you came right out here to see what was going on.
Oh, totally. I did. I had to. It was
What's your first name again?
Dustin.
Dustin. Gotta
Yeah.
remember that. Dustin. All right. So Dustin, neighbor. Thanks, Dustin.
Yeah.
Look at all the people live streaming out there.
Neighbor,
Wow.
Rainey and Tommaso's out here.
See all the people live streaming out there? It's
You got the
incredible.
neighbors out here.
I'm just waiting for News Nation to come back up. And I'm loading a video right now. We'll play a little bit of the Epstein
Me and Tommaso's neighborhood.
video that
Neighbor.
will be fully dropping on Monday. And I will be doing deep dives back into the Epstein files. I actually got lucky.
We're gonna see what
lucky.
else is transpiring out here.
I got lucky to download all the data sets before they pulled them, so where you couldn't download them anymore. I have all of them.
Continue to see what's going on. The scene is live and out here. Try to get more information soon.
You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome.
Going to release a statement. Hopefully there's going to be a news conference, but hopefully they'll come out and just.
News Nation's back? No, they're still in commercial on my end.
Everyone here. But
Okay, here they go. Back to News Nation.
As we're covering this breaking news in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. So as we've been reporting, there was this SWAT operation that was being conducted about 2 miles away from Nancy's house tonight. There was also a traffic stop that was conducted in conjunction with that. We have gotten word 3 people have been detained. There was 1 woman, 1 man at the house, 1 at the traffic stop. We have this exclusive video we were showing before of the traffic stop where it appears it's a white van. The reason that might matter, talked about it before, is that there were reports that a white van was seen in Nancy's area leading up to her disappearance. Don't know if that's why this was the stop. We don't have a lot of information, I'll be completely honest, but I'll tell you what we do have. Brian Enton was on the ground there. Let me tell you, he was the first one there. He was actually within the perimeter for quite some time. He was actually moved back, and when he was moved back out of the perimeter, he told us 10 cars, about 10 FBI cars showed up. So this appeared to be a SWAT operation from Pima County, but then you have this joint operation with the FBI. You are seeing forensic trucks showing up. You are seeing the collection of evidence. And also, I will let you know that Brian was told this operation, this search, pursuant to a search warrant, is going to last several hours. We don't know what's going to come of this. We saw something similar earlier in the week. We don't know if this will see the similar situation here where someone will be detained and ultimately released again. But this is coming on a day where we learned a lot more information about DNA being collected at Nancy Guthrie's house. We learned more about gloves being collected. They're seemingly trying to identify the items of clothing being worn by the suspect. So as soon as we get more information, we will. And I will also let you know, although there were early reports about a press conference that was going to be held, that is not happening. We are waiting for a written statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. As soon as that comes out, I'll make sure to bring it in. I've been talking to law enforcement, lawyers all night. I want to get some different perspective. I want to bring in my friend Gigi McKelvey, host of the podcast Pretty Lies and Alibi. She was on Jesse Weber Live with me earlier in the week because you and I were talking about how in this investigation, right, the public can be a massive help. They're asking neighbors to look for footage. They're asking the public, do you see this guy? I mean, I had a sketch artist earlier on who said, this is who I think it is. Right now, with all of this going on, what is social media looking like?
Oh man, it is a zoo, Jesse. It is wild. But I will tell you, in the beginning, we all were a little skeptical that is this going to be a repeat of what happened when they detained the suspect, just earlier this week. But
Wasn't even a suspect.
Right. The person, the person of interest, or the detainee. I don't even know they called him a person of interest, but it just felt different tonight, Jesse. The larger presence, the staging. You guys have brought it all night long. We had Brian Enton there just keeping us updated. And so people love Brian and they know his reporting. So as he was saying this, they're staging here. The seriousness really set in that this might be the night we get some answers after 13 days, almost 14 now, of waiting to hear anything about Nancy, people just hoping she's okay, all the while trying to be realistic about things, but really just grateful that that it seems like we've made some significant progress, especially since that DNA was found in the house and obviously was sent for testing. We'll see if that's related to this, but some pieces started to fit a little better tonight, Jesse, and the internet definitely is responding. I've been live, and I tell you, I've had the largest audience tonight with a lot of opinions, but mostly just a lot of love and prayers for Nancy and the Guthrie family.
There's a ton of people that are invested in this. And yes, you're talking about the mother of a celebrity, a national TV anchor, of course. But at the same time, this is an 84-year-old woman. She is beloved by that family. You watch any of those videos with Savannah and her siblings, it's heartbreaking. You even look at the video of Savannah earlier this week. It is difficult to watch. And as you're seeing the ups and the downs and the twists and the turns of this case, I mean, your heart breaks for them. Let me ask you this. As this investigation is progressing, and I like to use that word progressing, it makes me feel optimistic about what we're seeing. Whether it's, I mean, was it social media that helped to even identify some of the items that are worn by that suspect in the video?
Yeah, I have to say, Jesse, a lot of people I saw identified the backpack and the jacket really quickly, actually. People love to feel like they're helping. And we know in the Gabby Petito case, it was somebody who was just aware of the news and was very vigilant and really gave them the break they needed. And even in just saying tonight, hey, I think when we get validation that this backpack was from Walmart or this jacket was from here, a lot of people are going to be right, I think, because they'll point out the similarities. There's a lot of smart people out there, Jesse. It's I think a lot of people miss their calling. I'll tell you that, because I've seen some great discoveries in the still photos and shadows and just the different areas that people are so good in that are just very vast.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's good to hear that you're seeing this outpouring of support for the Guthrie family. There's obviously trolls out there who, try to exploit it for whatever purpose they do. But, look, I think the public here is going to be key. When you're talking about so many leads and so many tips, did you get any word from people that follow you? Hey, I called into the sheriff's office. I called into the FBI. I found something. I saw something. Whether it's people how many people in Arizona do you see are actually looking into this and are in the area and saying, I know Nancy, I know this area, and are submitting information?
I've had a lot of listeners from Arizona who have reached out that were very familiar with the area, that had seen Nancy around town. Not really any tips, really just more theories that, I say, if you feel very strongly about it, but, do remember, make sure it's a valid tip, because they're overwhelmed. Clearly 13,000 tips after that video was put out, or probably more. But yeah, I've had a lot of theories emailed to me, but nobody that really had anything where I would say you definitely need to call. But people do mean well. And at the end of the day, people want to help. Even if it's just from the comfort of their home, people want to feel like they're doing their part. And it could be as simple as retweeting her photo. And, I'm really interested if in fact these people are detained and eventually arrested, and their faces are made public, are we going to start to get more people that say, I remember seeing this or that person here? This is probably the beginning of another saga. If we have resolution tonight, this is not the end of the story. This is really just the beginning.
I mentioned it before. You have to believe that law enforcement is interviewing neighbors of the people that were just detained and what they saw and who are they, and how long they've had this property under surveillance, the car under surveillance. Hopefully we get more information. Gigi McKelvey, thank you. Always appreciate it. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, as I mentioned, Brian Enton's on the ground there. I want to find out.
All right, real quick. Yeah, so there's been some reports about a former county attorney. I'm seeing these reports pop up on X. Let me just go full screen here for a minute. You guys can look at my pretty mug for a couple seconds here. Oh, maybe not so much at this time of night. Yeah, I saw this, Mary. It's been reporting that a current law enforcement actively is surrounding a home belonging to a former county attorney is not accurate. So there's a lot of rumors going on right now out there. Let's do this. Let's do a little Epstein teaser. You want to see a little Epstein teaser? This is a video that and then we'll go back. I want to see. I will be doing more Epstein files work here. Soon. Let's share the screen. Okay. So this you're gonna get a little exclusive. I'm gonna drop the full video. We're still working on a little bit of it, but we'll drop this on Monday. I'm gonna give you about 2 minutes of it. Here we go. This video discusses publicly released court documents and investigative documents commonly referred to as the Epstein files. We'll go back. The appearance of a name, photo, email, or reference in these materials does not imply guilt or criminal wrongdoing. Allegations are not convictions. All individuals are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in the court of law. This content is presented for journalistic, informational purposes only.
Today, we announce the unsealing of sex trafficking charges against Jeffrey Epstein. The charges allege that Epstein sexually abused young girls by enticing them to engage in sex acts for money. Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Brian here from LTL Media. And what you're about to hear in this video is disturbing, it's complicated, and probably some of the most craziest shit that I've seen hit the internet in years. Over the last several years, especially over the last few days, millions of pages tied to Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes have been made public via the DOJ. These are commonly referred to as the Epstein files. In this video, I'm hoping to explain what these files actually are, what they are not, and how to responsibly understand what's inside them. So if you're new to this, you're probably asking yourself, what are the Epstein files? Well, the Epstein files are court records, investigative documents, emails, contact lists, travel logs, photos, videos, and testimony collected across multiple investigations, both criminal and civil. They come from many sources, including federal court filings, civil lawsuits filed by Epstein victims, evidence collected by law enforcement, materials disclosed through discovery, and documents unsealed by judges after years of secrecy. Importantly, there is no single master file. What people call the Epstein files is really a massive collection of records released in stages, often across decades. So if you're new to this case, you're probably sitting there and you're asking yourself, why are the names of high-powered politicians and celebrities in these files? Well, this is where things tend to get a little fuzzy, if you know what I mean. A name appearing in the Epstein files does not automatically mean a crime was committed by this person, but it should cast some major shadows of doubt on their innocence. Names appear for many reasons. Someone was contacted, someone was mentioned in an email, someone was interviewed, someone was listed as an associate, or someone was accused but never charged. Hey, and we here in the public have every single right to look into these files. These files aren't meant to stay.
Is developing in the Nancy Guthrie case. We've been reporting for the whole night.
Play an Epstein video and you lose 400 people. So anyway, we'll get back to the coverage here.
From Nancy Guthrie's house, that 3 people have been detained, 2 at this house, 1 at a traffic stop that was done in connection with this operation. We do not know what they're looking for. We do not know who these people are at this point. The PIO, the Pima County Sheriff's Office, had indicated at one point it seemed that there was going to be a press conference. They are not doing that. We are waiting for a written statement from them to provide more information. We were told that a swath of FBI cars arrived at that location. There have been armored presence. There has been forensic trucks. Something is going on that is significant here, and we're trying to get a better sense of this. I want to bring on News Nation's Brian Enton, who was the first on the scene there. The first on the scene there. Brian, at this hour, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are you learning?
Yeah, so there's still a massive law enforcement presence at the house right now, Jesse. There were already a ton of deputies and SWAT vehicles. And then, as you mentioned, we saw just a huge contingent of FBI agents arrive, at least 10 cars, and what looked like sort of an evidence unit that arrived maybe a half an hour ago. I'll step out of the way and show you. This is as close as we can get right now. You can't really see down the street where all the activity is. That deputy that you see there in the distance is blocking the street, but it's about 5 or 6 houses down where we know this SWAT operation happened, and where I'm told there is also a search warrant that is being executed right now.
That's good news.
What I am being told is that when they went to this house initially, they pulled out a man and a woman, possibly a mother and a son, I'm being told. They came out willingly. So there was no need for any sort of force or flashbangs. It was very, very quiet. We were right down the street when it happened, and we didn't hear pretty much anything. It was quiet because they came out willingly, I am told, and were detained. And at the same time, interestingly, there was another male detained not far from here during a traffic stop that I am told is related. Whether that person also lives in the house, that's what I'm hearing. I haven't been able to fully confirm that yet. But there was another man detained in a traffic stop close by, and I'm told that person was going to get food and it happened near a Culver's restaurant where that person was detained. How all of this connects back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, we don't know, but we do know that this is part of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and it is somehow connected. They're questioning these people right now. Is this going to turn into something, or is this going to be similar to what we saw several nights ago near the Mexico border when that other man, Carlos, was detained and then they ended up letting him go? We just don't know at this point, Jesse.
And you were told that this operation is going to last quite a while. I mean, what can we expect tomorrow with this?
Yeah, I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I don't get the sense that anybody's going to be leaving anytime soon. And when we were inside the perimeter closer, when we finally got kicked out, they came up to us and said, you guys have to go and we're going to be here pretty much. And I said, how long? And he goes, pretty much all night, which is sort of the sense that I'm getting to, that they're at least going to be there for several hours longer, especially since we just saw all of those additional FBI teams roll in.
Collecting, processing evidence, maybe doing interviews of neighbors. I mean, we played an interview that was you guys did on the ground with someone there. I have to tell you, Brian, I'm wondering what's leading them there. Today was a very interesting day when they talk about the collection of DNA. And I'll just go back to that for a second. I mean, you've been covering this from the beginning. Do you think there was something that led them there, whether it's the surveillance footage, whether it's the idea of collecting DNA, the gloves? Now there's been potential identifications of the clothing worn by the suspect. What's your gut telling you about what might have led them there? Because it seemed like, my guests have been saying, it looks like they were under surveillance for a little bit.
Yeah, it's my understanding that someone in the home was under surveillance, and I was getting indications from my sources really starting in the late afternoon that something might be going down tonight. And then we reported when the SWAT team was staging. They staged at 2 different locations that we were at. They were all gathering together, and you got the sense that they were getting ready to do something. Granted, we've seen them do that other nights, and nothing has transpired, so we weren't really sure which way it was going to go tonight. And then, lo and behold, they staged at one location. They moved to a different location very close to the house, and then they moved in on the house pretty much at the same time that we know they moved in on that traffic stop, Jesse. Whether it has anything to do with the announcement by the sheriff that DNA was found inside the home, my sense is it doesn't. That this was someone who is probably already on their radar and under surveillance, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Any idea of identities of these people?
No, we don't have names. We don't have identities. We don't, looks like there's someone else coming out here. So let me step out of the way. You can see who this is. But we do not, looks like this is maybe one of the SWAT units now leaving, Jesse. They've been there for a long time. I actually thought maybe these SWAT units would have left earlier once everything sort of calmed down. But yeah, this is what we saw roll in earlier. There were 2 of these, and that's how we knew that it was serious when you see these SWAT guys and everybody inside had their armor and they weren't taking any chances earlier, but now they're starting to roll out, Jesse.
And that could be because they just have to make sure there's not a continuing security risk. I don't know how big this property is. I don't know what kind of complications it has. Not uncommon for a SWAT team to stay there to provide additional resources for quite some time. You know, this is, by the way, there's been so much talk about cooperation, lack of cooperation between the sheriff's office and the FBI. Have you seen Sheriff Nanos at the scene?
I haven't seen him. That doesn't mean he's not here. It's so dark. When we were back there, it was hard to really see faces. So I know I confirmed that night that when we were at the scene at Rio Rico, he was there. The sheriff did show up. In terms of whether he's here tonight, I haven't heard.
I did think it was interesting that he did that interview with Elizabeth Vargas just hours before this. Was a little, you know, as you should be, not revealing a lot of information, wouldn't even rule out suspects and say, well, I can't even rule out the family at this point when he was asked. I do wonder, I mean, you've been following this. I do wonder what information he had about this operation, because there has been a question of what is, you nailed it perfectly. It was like at the beginning of the week, he didn't even know Savannah Guthrie was going to be making that video. He found out from his wife. I mean, do you believe that there is more coordination than we're seeing in the media right now between the FBI and Pima County?
I certainly hope so. I mean, look, we're hearing two different stories. We're hearing from FBI sources that it's been a bit of a mess when it comes to communication between the two agencies, and that they, you know, were having issues about where to send evidence. The sheriff has now denied all that. Looks like there's another truck coming out, maybe. The sheriff has denied that there's been an issue, says that he called the FBI, you know, the Monday after Nancy Guthrie went missing. We definitely saw FBI here tonight. I can say that for sure. Because a ton of them arrived. I don't know what this white. I don't know the significance of this white van, but it looks like it was coming from the crime scene area. So you know, hopefully things will get better, because I've heard it for the last week or so, just among the sources here on the ground, that even 2 nights ago there was some critical information involving a car that they were looking for that just wasn't shared with the FBI. And they were sort of mind blown by that. Like, why were they not being kept in the loop?
Let me ask you about that real quick. So we have this video that was obtained of the traffic stop, and you see what appears to be a white van. I've been talking about it tonight. Why is that significant to you?
So, I mean, we've got to sort of figure out how to piece this together, and we don't have the information yet. But the traffic stop happened around the same time as when they finally decided to move in on this house. And it's my understanding they were waiting for this traffic stop to happen to move in on the house. So they're connected. The people involved are connected.
Right.
And how they are and all the details of that, we're going to have to wait to kind of sort that out and talk to our sources.
But about 30 seconds left. But you've heard reports about a white van in Nancy's neighborhood, if in fact that's what the video is showing?
Yeah. I did. Granted, there's so many workers in the neighborhood. You know, not to discount that, but I've seen a lot of white vans in the neighborhood. I mean, there's landscapers everywhere. It's a beautiful neighborhood. People have work done on their houses constantly. So, you know, there's a ton of white vans. I wouldn't go too far thinking that that's necessarily, you know, a connection.
I lied. You have 20 seconds. You got you have a special coming out tomorrow night, right?
We do. Yeah, we've got a special tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern, where we're going to look at it. I mean, we've got all these developments tonight. We're going to keep pounding the pavement tonight in the morning, and we'll have it all tomorrow night, kind of at where everything stands. Seems like it's changing by the hour.
I will just say, Brian, on behalf of everybody here and behalf of everybody who's been following this case, you are doing an incredible job in your continued coverage of this. And thank you so much for being a part of this. I know we're trying to get answers for the Guthrie family as quickly as possible. Brian Enton, thank you so much. Everyone out there, thank you for joining us here on News Nation for our continued coverage, our live coverage of the Nancy Guthrie case. I'm Jesse Weber. Stay with us. We'll be back after this. All right, everybody, and welcome to Jesse Weber Live. I'm going to be taking over right now. So as you see, we're beginning in Arizona with some breaking news in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff's Department has activated both their SWAT team and their mobile command unit. At one point in the evening, they were just in a staging operation, and now it appears that 2 individuals have been detained. Now, we believe it is a man, it is a woman. We haven't been able to identify who these individuals are yet. I'm going to bring on Brian Enton in a minute, who's on the ground within the perimeter of where this is happening. And let me just add this. News Nation was exclusive in this. We exclusively learned about this SWAT operation, which I believe is at a location that is 1.9 miles away from Nancy's house in the Pima County area. But remember what this happens. Let's just put it into context, okay? You're 13 days in. This comes on the heels of the sheriff, Chris Nanos, telling News Nation that investigators found DNA samples in Nancy's home belonging to someone that wasn't Nancy or anyone that was close to her. You know, that's interesting, considering early on authorities seem to have indicated there was no forensic or DNA evidence of a suspect. So what changed? Now, after an investigation, again, that stretched on for 13 long days, now we have to ask, within the next hour, are we going to get confirmation that authorities have finally made an arrest? And more importantly, is Nancy Guthrie still alive? I'm joined right now by News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton, who has been the first on the scene here. Brian, thanks so much. Okay, for anybody who's just joining us this hour, lay out where you are. I know you can be limited in what you can say because you don't want to jeopardize an active investigation that's happening, but lay out what you're seeing right now at this hour and what we can expect to see.
Yeah, so we're at about 2 miles, Jesse, maybe a little under 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. There is, it's still active, a SWAT operation that was out here, I would say about 24 deputies, FBI agents, 2 big SWAT vehicles from the Pima County Sheriff's Office rolled into this neighborhood. I've lost track of time. We've probably been here for about an hour or so. And I'm told that they were conducting an operation connected to the Nancy Guthrie operation, to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. They went into a home in this neighborhood. They brought 2 people out. It appears that it was a man and a woman. And beyond that, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. None of the SWAT vehicles have left yet. None of the deputies have left yet. In fact, only more have arrived since we've been here. And I am told that there may also be a traffic stop that happened around the same time, very close by, that could also be connected to this operation happening here at this house. So there's a perimeter that's been set up around the neighborhood, and we are inside the perimeter, very close to the house. So we're just trying to kind of lay low right now while we just try to stay out of the way and see sort of how this unfolds from here. You know, there was the in Rio Rico, remember I was on your show the other night, There was it felt very similar, that operation. The same amount of resources, a lot of people. That ended up turning into nothing, it seems. They ended up letting the guy go. So I don't want to, jump to any conclusions here that this is going to be a big break in the case. But at the same time, we do know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We have confirmed that, Jesse.
And similar to what happened earlier in the week, they're executing a search warrant. For what purposes, what they're looking for, we don't know. But as you and I both know, this can take some time, but clearly a judge had to sign off on this, and there is something there. There is something there they believe is worth looking into. I know you said earlier, I was listening to you on Katie, that you couldn't tell whether or not these individuals were placed in handcuffs or whether or not they were given verbal commands and told to leave. Is there any identifying descriptions you can give of these individuals? Did they appear young? Did one appear older than the other? Were they let's say a mother and a son? Did they appear to be close in age? Anything, any identifying information you can give about this woman and man that were let out of the house?
It may have been a mother and a son, is what it appears to me. Again, we're going to have to wait. It's dark out here. It's rainy, which doesn't help. But it appeared to be a mother and a son. And I don't know if they're still here or if there hasn't really been anyone who's really left. So I'm assuming they're still in a squad car or something. When we first got here, I mean, we got here right when the SWAT team got here. and we put the windows down right away just to listen, because sometimes when you get on these scenes, you'll hear flashbangs or you'll hear them on the loudspeaker, telling people to come out. We didn't hear anything like that. There was nothing loud. There was no flashbang. There was no, police saying, come out, put your hands up. So I'm assuming it seems what happened here, they basically surrendered. They came out without any sort of issue from what I can tell, because it's been quiet ever since they got here. But similar to Nancy's neighborhood, it's just so dark. I mean, there's no street lights, and it's kind of difficult to get a detailed look at what's happening, Jesse.
And just to clarify, I mean, you said there might be this simultaneous traffic stop that happened. I am curious about the wait, right? Because there was this idea of you getting word that some operation was taking place, and it didn't happen immediately. So my mind is thinking, okay, did they wait for the execution of a search warrant to go in, or were they waiting for someone to come home? Was there any catalyst that you saw that happened for them to actually remove these individuals from the house? Was there something that changed?
So what happened is we heard earlier through sources that something may go down tonight, and that the SWAT team was staging in a certain location in Pima County. And that means that they all meet in one place that's not at the sheriff's office, and they just wait to get the call. And they got the call. We didn't know if they would, but they got the call. And so that's how we ended up here. I don't know what made them decide to go at that very moment. I suspect it may have, and I gotta, like, when this settles down, I'm going to start calling my sources again, but just based on the puzzle pieces that I have now, I think it has something to do with the traffic stop. And I think when the traffic stop happened, that somehow gave them the green light to go in the house here. Yeah. But I've still got to iron that part out, and how the traffic stop fits in exactly to why they also went into the house, and why they're doing the search warrant here.
And have you seen Sheriff Nanos on the scene yet?
I haven't, but that I wouldn't, from my vantage point now, I wouldn't be able to point him out. I mean, there's just so many deputies out here. He was out at and I think I told you this last time, he was out at the, when we were in Rio Rico a couple nights ago and something similar happened, he was there. So, and this is much closer, to Tucson. So, I would imagine, if this is serious, he probably has come out here, but I haven't seen him myself.
Okay. And by the way, the reason I ask is because he's been a central figure in this. He was on Elizabeth Vargas's show earlier today. I mean, it seems that the Pima County Sheriff's Office was doing damage control after the report came out that they weren't sharing evidence with the FBI, and that the evidence that they collected, including the gloves, was sent to a private lab and not Quantico, and indicated, that they did find some DNA evidence within Nancy Guthrie's house. And as, by the way, if you see anything, Brian, or there's any activity, just cut me off. But just to put in perspective about what's happening, this is a development that's happening on a very busy day. You had the surveillance footage that may be looked at by authorities that was about, 6 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house of a questionable individual. You have the idea of the recovery of the gloves. They have now been able to potentially identify the jacket that was being worn by that individual in the surveillance footage at Nancy's house. And on top of that, the DNA, which I said in the top, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had said all day, and I agree, this is a major development when you have DNA evidence of someone who is not Nancy or not connected to Nancy. But isn't it strange that I remember at the beginning of this investigation, when they looked at the house, they said there was no DNA. There was no forensic material leading to a suspect. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know what changed unless unless the FBI went back in, or it was a tip that, I know they were going in and out of houses, but that seems strange to me.
Yeah, they said a lot of things that have changed, frankly, but you're right. I mean, it's a huge development. The fact that they found DNA in the house, that's not Nancy Guthrie's, and not someone connected to Nancy Guthrie. So a stranger, perhaps the person who kidnapped her. And you'd have to imagine, now that they have this DNA, when they get into a situation like this, where I'm told this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, if this is a potential suspect, what they can do right away is swab for DNA. Yes, it's going to take some time to test and to send out and see if there's a connection. But, that's obviously something that they're going to start doing now that we know they have DNA from inside the house.
Okay, Brian, stay with us. If you see anything, You let us know. We'll jump right back to you, but we're going to have you during the course of the hour as well. I want to bring on John Bueller, former detective on the Scott Peterson case. We had him on earlier in the week. And we also have Kieran Ramsey, former FBI chief investigative officer at Global Reach. Gentlemen, great to have you both here. John, I'll start with you. Significant development, deja vu. I had John the other night when we were seeing this happen similar. Your thoughts from what you're hearing from Brian right now?
Well, based on what Brian said, it sounds like they might be onto something here. It's not an absolute, of course. It's not unusual for them to handcuff people that are being detained only. There is something that had to lead them to that house. And of course, they may have been waiting out there long enough to get a search warrant, because you can't just barge into somebody's house unless there's exigent circumstances, which suggests to me that Nancy is not in there, because you probably would have seen something about that by now. So people of interest, possibly somebody related. The DNA that was just found at the house, not associated with any family member, but it equally could be just a repairman that came by. Maybe he set a tool bag or something like that on the kitchen counter, or he was working on a disposal in the sink. So any number of things, but it is promising, because to take this kind of reaction this close in proximity to the location of new DNA suggests there's something going on there.
Kieran, John raises a good point. As we're looking at this outside shot, as we're thinking about who's coming into this property, and if there was a search warrant being executed, what should we be on the lookout for? What specific teams, what specific equipment? Because that can give us an idea about what they're looking for and what they may be finding.
Well, as we know, everything law enforcement is doing right now is first and foremost to rescue Nancy Guthrie, right? We're talking about a life that is still in jeopardy, and we're at day 13, day 14 about to be turned over. It seems that there's been a lot of resources already sent there. And quite honestly, I'll be very direct. I wish the media didn't know about this right now, because if this turns out to be another swing and a miss by law enforcement, that is not good for Nancy Guthrie. It puts a tremendous amount of pressure on whoever has her. And at this point, obviously, that is our main concern. But with that being said, I agree with John in terms of what we're expecting or hoping to see. We're hoping to see forensic teams come in and tear this place apart. We're hoping that this is not another swing and a miss.
Kieran, can you just emphasize what you mean by that? Because this is a question I have throughout any investigation. How much do you share with the public? How much do you share with the media? This is a situation where we find ourselves, there is a suspect's image, video, photo that has been now circulated across the entire world, the entire country, the entire world. They're talking about they're matching certain items worn by this individual. They say they've collected DNA. They say they collected gloves. I've heard experts say, could be a good thing. Whoever did this, they might get sloppy, mess up. Somebody rats them out. I mean, TMZ got another note today saying we got information about the kidnapper. On the other hand, you just brought up a very ominous risk that the more attention, the more the world is getting close-knit on this person, there could be dire consequences. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Let's start with a very plain fact that time does not favor the hostage. Point blank, right there. On top of that, again, there was a very intentional dissemination of the video. There's been an intentional sharing about the fact that now there's been DNA found at the residence that's not associated with the family. So these are things that are being put out there to crowdsource. And we've learned a tremendous amount in a short time with the analysis and just public analysis, let alone law enforcement analysis of that individual that's seen in this video. But there is a tipping point here, right? We expect law enforcement to crowdsource for help, not because we see the face, but we see all these other clues that somebody could easily recognize. But at the same time, as we do that, you're exerting pressure, you're closing the ecosphere of the individuals responsible or individual responsible for this, and they're starting to feel tremendous pressure, which again, very well could be foreboding for the victim here.
Okay, I just want to reset where we're at. Okay, so News Nation exclusively learned about this SWAT operation that is almost 2 miles away from Nancy's house. 2 people have been brought out, have been detained. We don't know who they are. Man, woman, Brian Enton is within the perimeter. We're being told that a search warrant is being executed. This is a connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. We have no idea in what way, but as I keep mentioning, it is happening at the end of a day where we got a ton of information and potential progress in this case. John, back to you. How long is this operation going to last? I mean, again, I'll tell you what happened. The other night, Brian Enton's on the scene. I'm covering it with him. We're wondering how long this is going to happen. They execute a search warrant in Rio Rico. By the time I got off air at 1 a.m. Eastern. By the time I woke up, like 4 or 5 hours later, they had already cleared the guy. So what can we expect now in the next several hours?
Well, it's kind of a crapshoot on that. If they're really in the crosshairs and it looks like DNA matched them and there's things in their past that might suggest they have some involvement, you separate them, you interview them, you might turn up the heat and turn it into an interrogation. If they don't ask for an attorney, you kind of work one against the other and hope one of them is going to give up the other so that they can find Nancy wherever she's at. If they're going to be doing a search warrant there and it looks like they're tied into the abduction, I wouldn't expect them to be done with that warrant for several hours because there's going to be a lot of things to look for in the house. And just like Director Ramsey said, it does show the pressure on the bad guys that took her. I assume it's probably two, but we can never be sure on that. The only good thing about that is the pressure mounts on them, we can always hope that one is going to decide that maybe it's better to be a witness, collect the reward, and rat out the other one. That's the one thing that we can always hope for. Doesn't always work that way, but hopefully that'll be the case this time, and we can make sure that Nancy's returned home safely.
John, is the first thing they're trying to do locating clothing or items worn by that suspect in this house and maybe trying to recover DNA that matches whatever DNA they found in Nancy's house? Is that the immediate actions?
Well, I think clothing, number one, but then, of course, you're looking for artifacts that might belong to Nancy herself. You'd be looking at computers, cell phones, laptops, tablets, anything like that that might have something. Maybe you're looking for hotel receipts to show travel or anything like that. Anything that would link it into somebody else without knowing the criminal history of these two people. And maybe they have a clean history, never been in trouble before. But if they do have a history, then you're going to be looking at them more closely to see who their associates are, who they've been arrested with in the past, who they've been to prison with or anything like that. I don't know for sure what their history is, so we can't really say for sure, but that's where they're going to be going. So you don't just have the people that are there working the warrant, you got other people at headquarters that are running the bio on these people to try and determine who everybody is in their universe.
Yeah, this is an interesting development. John Bueller, Kieran Ramsey, thank you very much as we're covering this. I want to let everybody know, obviously, we're going to continue to jump back into this, but I want to let everybody know about something else. So on Saturday, you can watch News Nation's very own Brian Enton anchor a News Nation special report. It's called Missing the Nancy Guthrie Mystery. It's live from Arizona. That is 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, right here on News Nation. If you want all the information, I definitely encourage you to take a look at it. Now, let me tell you, earlier tonight, okay, I talked with somebody who knows all too well what it is like to be in the middle of a high-profile criminal case. Amanda Knox, remember her? She has been in the global spotlight since 2007 when she was accused of murdering her roommate in Italy. And for years, she fought to clear her name. She was ultimately exonerated. So I asked her, with everything going on right now, what is it like to go through an ordeal in the public eye, and what may it be like for the Guthrie family?
Their worst nightmare is playing out in a very public way, and it's one that they have so little control of. Like, I think the thing that I am really empathizing with for them right now is their just deep helplessness. Like, they don't know where their mother is and if she's okay and who the people who did this and why. Like, it's just everything about it is so deeply personal and painful, and they are so helpless in this moment, and all of us are watching it happen, and that puts a lot of pressure on them to like perform their grief and like to do the right things so that their mother is safe. And like, there are no right answers. And so I truly feel for them, and I hope that they know that yes, there is a lot of attention on them right now, but a lot of people are just concerned for their sake and are rooting for them.
I did a whole other interview with them. Hopefully you can play it next week. We'll get to that another time. We're focusing right now on the Guthrie situation. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be live on scene. Stay with us.
Back to KLR for a little bit during the break.
Let's just pause and reset really quick here. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. We just passed 4 hours on this live stream. We're so close to hitting 60,000 subs. I gotta be honest, I'm getting a little tired, and I don't think that there's gonna be much, but we're gonna hang here a little bit longer. I'm hoping that I can hold out to at least 2 o'clock in the morning. But we'll continue here. Thank you for all the new amazing people that have come into the channel tonight and supported my stream. I really do appreciate it, and have supported LTL Media. I really appreciate it. We have been doing real-time coverage, live coverage of the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. Reports say that 3 persons of interest have been taken into custody and are under questioning at this moment in time. Let's get some sound. News Nation to come back. One more segment with them. Can we get to 60,000 tonight? Is it possible? Is it possible? There's people from all over the United States, all over the world. Thank you. The volume's really low. Yeah, my 99 bucks I had to spend to get News Nation.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. It's all worth it.
Where is he? Huh? Straight cuts down.
Just waiting for News Nation to come back. We'll do one more segment with them. Again, thank you all for being here. Thanks for the support of the channel. I'm hoping tomorrow, by the time I wake up, we don't get it tonight. We get to 60. How many subs until 60,000? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. We need... What do we need? We need... Need 283. 283 new people. So take out all your fake accounts. I'm just kidding. Little Miss, thank you. Brian, you will get to 60,000 subs. Great channel. Keep being you. Let's get to 100,000. I want that silver play button. I've been working hard since 2021. Let's go. Let's go. I'm trying to be a little bit more quiet right now and courteous because I do have neighbors. It's very late. So I'm a little bit quieter right now. 283. I'm waiting for News Nation to come back, and we'll go back live, and we'll do one more segment with them, and then we'll call it, I think. But I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow covering this. Be able to fire up a little bit. I know. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome, Amy. Love it. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I've been starting them. I had a video the other day, body cam, that I did, my first Epstein stream that I did in over about a year and a half. I did that stream. It got 228,000 views on it. So people want that content. We're going to give it to them. Thank you. And thanks for watching from Spain. All right, we're back to News Nation. Here we go.
Exclusively learned about a SWAT operation at a location about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. And we have learned Brian Enton is on the ground there. He's within the perimeter. We have learned that 2 people have been removed from this house. It's not entirely clear if they have been arrested, but we are hearing reports, and Brian said it as well, that a search warrant is being executed at this location. What exactly they're looking for, not entirely clear. The status of Nancy Guthrie, not clear. How this is connected to Nancy Guthrie. In what way? Not clear. But this is progress. This is a day of progress. This comes on the heels of authorities saying they found DNA in Nancy's house. They sent it out to be testing. They found gloves. There is additional footage of potentially a suspicious character. County Sheriff's Office, the PIO, is coming to the scene. We do not have an idea on when that is going to happen, but we should be prepared for a possible impromptu press conference that is happening here of some kind. And that would be a major, major development. We are also learning that there may have been a traffic stop that was connected in conjunction with this SWAT operation. As soon as we get that video, we are going to play it for you live on the air. So a lot is happening at this hour. I want to bring in, for some perspective, criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos and retired lieutenant commander with NYPD, Joe Cardinale. Thank you both so much for coming on. Mark, I'll start with you. I believe a search warrant had to have been executed for them to do this. Talk to me about what the specificity of that search warrant would be, what exactly they might be looking for, and how this is conducted.
Well, my immediate reaction when you tell me there was also a traffic stop is that they probably had a search warrant, or most likely had a search warrant that was not only for the house, but also for the vehicle. And they waited for the vehicle to leave the location, executed the traffic stop, took those people, presumably either detained or if they had probable cause to search them as well. And then at the same time had the SWAT team, since the people in the vehicle had left the location, take over and commandeer the house to execute the search as well.
And I have a bunch of legal questions for you in terms of this case, because one thing that keeps coming to my mind in the last 2 weeks is not only can you make an arrest, can you get a successful prosecution with some of the chain of custody and contamination issues we'll talk about in a second. But I want to go to you, Joe, about this. You're seeing from the outside what we're all seeing. SWAT being mobilized, mobile command unit, a search warrant being executed, a heavy presence of authorities. It seems that it's being led by the Pima County Sheriff's Office. This is eerily similar to what we saw earlier in the week when there was an individual who was detained and questioned and ultimately released. What are you seeing that we're not seeing here? What do you think is happening right now, and what are you taking away?
Well, first off, we're getting a lot of information from the tip line. And in these cases, you get so many, but you have to vet that line and see which is, bona fide, which really have credible information. So apparently somebody had some information or they came up with something. You don't know whether it came from a tip or it came from evidence. All right. They spoke about DNA today. The one thing I do wish they had was if they would have sent it to Quantico, they would have had the CODIS, right there, and they could have sent it out and had that right away with it. So that being said, maybe they did get something back with that. We don't know. So let's just say for this instance that it's something that came about from a tip. Well, the information that this person or persons would supply would have to be credible enough to secure a search warrant and to get them to that location. And I agree with Mr. Garagos there that I can guarantee you they had eyes on this location prior to them hitting the location, and they saw that vehicle go, if that is the case, pulled it over, and do what they had to do for that instance, then came and secured this location. So for them to be here, Jesse, they have to have some information that's tied into one aspect of the case. You don't know if it's the key aspect of it, but something that has to be worked. And as
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know what I'm just thinking about as we talk about this is this idea of the lab where I think some of this evidence was sent. Big issue of contention because it's a private lab. It wasn't Quantico. Looked it up. It's handled a bunch of cases. It's handled a bunch of cases before, but it does become a question. I believe that they can't even directly put evidence into CODIS, which would be huge in this investigation. We'll talk about it in a second. I have just gotten word. News Nation has the exclusive video of that traffic stop that was conducted earlier today. If we have it, let's play it right now. Okay, so my apologies. It's just we've B-roll images of this. We're looking at it live. Joe, I'll go back to you. Okay, as you're watching this, again, this is exclusive video we obtained of what this traffic stop is. We'll try to break it down in real time. What are you seeing right now?
Well, what I did see for a moment there looked like a white van. And perhaps that's something that vehicle right there, if that's the vehicle that they have stopped, and that would tie into this, because remember, there was reports of a white van at the beginning of this. So you want to, maybe that's one of the leads they have to go down. What I wanted to say was, you had a perfect guest on, and you have a great guest on right now that can compare this to another great case that was worked, which was the Lacey Peterson case. And as Mr. Garagos knows, and as John knows, that there were people that were saying, oh, well, what about this direction? And the detectives had to go in that direction and just say that, no, it wasn't this, because we ran that lead down as well. And that's what has to be done in a case like this. You just can't take for granted that these leads aren't tied in. But even if they aren't, it was reported. There was some credibility to get the warrant. You have to say why something did or did not fit into the criteria.
So, Mark, here's my concern, okay? The lawyer in me, here's my concern. They're talking about collecting evidence. We may be seeing progress here. But you had a crime scene that was closed and then opened and then closed. And our very own reporter was there and was able to see the blood stains, walk right by it. You have an issue of gloves that were found seemingly baking in the heat for quite some time before they were recovered. DNA that was apparently found in the house. When I mentioned with Brian earlier, I mean, I thought the initial reports were they found no forensic material in the house, and there was no DNA in the house tying back to a suspect. So even if they were to make an arrest, is this a problematic prosecution? And I know you're not part of the case, but you see my concerns, right?
I do. And I don't think it's a coincidence that yesterday, I don't know, Jesse, if you were reporting on it, I assume you were, or Brian must have, that there was what looked to be an evidence tent that was constructed at the house.
Yes.
My suspicion was yesterday that they were trying to create, based on the timing at the time of night, they were trying to recreate a scenario, if you will, that had the same ambient light of the time when that video was taken. And why would they do that? They would do that for a number of reasons. Number one, they want to try to isolate the actual colors of the clothing of the various pieces of evidence that they can spy through the video camera that they were able to retrieve. And I also, and this is speculation, but I think it makes some sense, if you take a look at that video of the Ring camera or Nest camera, you were looking at, there was a pretty good video shot of the eyes behind the mask.
Yep.
Now, I suspect they've got iris biometrics, and I think somebody was trying to recreate the ambient light so that they could then tune up the video so that it would recreate what it would look like in order to see if they could do some kind of iris biometrics to identify somebody, like when you go to the airport for clear, if you're in DOD and you've got something like that, or even sometimes in some locations, the DMV. Now, fast forward a day later, basically, we've heard about this white van, and to the detective's credit, he remembers the brown van during the Peterson case, but that became a plethora of tips that you have to follow up on. So if they had the tips, they then found something yesterday during this kind of forensic experiment or recreation that they were doing. It doesn't surprise me that today they're following up on that and at least doing another search to see if what they've discovered so far pans out.
You just led me into something I wanted to talk about next. Okay, we have to take a quick break, but here's the thing. I want everybody to stay with us as we're monitoring this situation, but Mark laid it out perfectly. You know why? We now have an unofficial sketch of the suspect that was created by a legendary forensic artist. Is this the guy? All the details next.
Let's go back to jail while we're on the break. Try to hold out as long as I can. I'm getting pretty tired, so we'll hang here a little bit longer. I don't know if we're gonna hit the 60K tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow, folks. We still got a little ways to go. Let's see, 72. We need 228 people just to hit the subscribe button. 228 to hit that subscribe. That's it. don't know why JLR stream is so low. I wonder if people are saying, like, you can't hear you. We'll wait and come back with News Nation for one more segment. How are you guys all doing? Are you tired? Is the adrenaline still kicking? Let me know. How you feeling? Are you tired?
One of these. Are you JLR? Are you JLR?
How you feeling?
No.
All right, Foxy B. Look at that.
That's all I'm going live. Looks like this is there. This is really good.
Let's subscribe. We're waiting for News Nation to come back. Just showing JLR. Boots on the ground. Good job to him. He's been there all week.
Who you with?
Yeah, me too, Mary. Oh, look at this. Eroy. So nice. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Eroy. Very, very, very kind of you. 10 new members. 10 new members. Here on the East Coast, we're getting so close. Oh, I think we're going to hit it. We need, I want to get 60K before I go off air tonight. We need 184 new subs to hit 60K tonight. 184. We can do this. Let's do it before 2 o'clock in the morning. I plan on going off air at 2. I'm tired.
Oh, they can't. But they got in earlier because they were at dinner with some
Yeah, let's go.
friends who saw it. And they got
All right, we're waiting for News Nation to come back. I promise I'll bring it back. That would be the best Valentine's Day gift, right? 60,000 subs.
They were always like never like inside. They didn't have any life.
Go get some sleep.
I never saw a person come over.
We're waiting for News Nation to come back. Where are we at? Let's do a sub check. Sub check.
No Christmas life, never
Where are we
life,
at?
any festivities
All right,
ever. I saw a
834.
person go out of it one time.
We only need
Got
166 new
some
subs.
information, folks. It
That's
appears the home is an Airbnb, some sort of rental, short-term rental. So we don't know the occupants of
News
it.
Nation to come back.
But we found out it's an Airbnb type home right now. They're also at a Culver's down the road, and they're also in the process of towing a Range Rover vehicle. But the
Interesting.
home that they're at now is it's some sort of short-term rental, possibly one of those Airbnb type of homes or something like that. So that makes it interesting. We don't know who exactly was detained. So we're trying to figure that out right now. But it's an Airbnb type home.
Hey, 857? No.
Waiting for News Nation. All right, we're back to News Nation. Here we go.
Joining us, major developments in the Nancy Guthrie case right now. Pima County SWAT team has descended on a home, removing 2 people from the residence. We've learned this home is less than 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. And there is this related traffic stop that reportedly also happened nearby. We were showing exclusive footage that we obtained of that traffic stop. And to be clear, we mentioned this before, you see a white van. Why is that important? Because there were reports of what arguably was a suspicious white van seen by neighbors in that neighborhood before Nancy's disappearance. I've always wondered whether or not that is connected with the request by law enforcement to neighbors to try to look for any footage they have all the way now back to January 1st. Have they been trying to look for that van? I don't know, but that's something to consider. Now, I will let you know this. News Nation was the first media outlet on the scene. Brian Enton was the first reporter on the scene. He's within that perimeter. He's keeping a very careful eye on this operation. We have been told that a search warrant is being executed, and they are searching at this property. For what? We do not know at this point. But I'll tell you what we do have. We have an unofficial forensic sketch of that masked suspect that was caught on Guthrie's doorbell cam. Remember, this is one of the key pieces of evidence. I say it's unofficial because it wasn't released by authorities, but this sketch was created by the retired Houston police forensic artist Lois Gibson. And Gibson says she studied the doorbell video of the person, relying on the eyes, the facial structure, what little could be seen to fill in the rest. She admits, look, she guessed at some features, stresses this is not an official law enforcement rendering. But listen to this. Gibson, the Guinness World Record holder for, quote, most successful forensic artist. And she says her renderings have helped police identify more than 1,300 criminals. Lois Gibson joins me right now. Thank you so much for coming on. It's such a pleasure. Okay, a lot of people are listening to this and saying, how'd you come up with this?
Oh, I just did what I could do by filling in the parts that were covered by the masks. That's it. I could see the eyes, the bottom of the nose, the philtrum, the top of the lip, both lips, part of both lips, and the general outline. And I watched the guy's body move, and I got his age. I felt like his age was about 30s, early 40s.
How did you find the hair and like the parts that were covered and the structure of the head? I mean, it's not the grainiest photo I've ever seen. It's not a far away shot. It's better than we have. And there is one shot. I don't know if we can. Oh, I think we have it. Maybe we could switch it up where you kind of see the eyes and the goatee, or what appears to be facial hair. It's more significant than I've seen in other cases. But again, how did you know what the hair would look like, the ears would look like? I know you said you guessed, but how sure are you?
Pima County.
I didn't know. I'm doing an educated guess, but I've worked for 43 years with various grainy surveillance photos and helped find suspects. And it's an educated guess. And if I fail, I don't care. If they can just get Nancy back, I'll be fine. I'll take the hit if I'm wrong. But I think I'm right. And I've done facial reconstructions for skulls, and I had no hair, nothing. And I've got the hair right on all the skulls except for one. So I don't know. I don't know. This is my business for 43 years. In this case is a kidnapping, and kidnapping cases are insane torture for the loved ones.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because with all this, we sometimes get lost about what we're talking about. An 84-year-old woman who has been missing for 13 days, mobility issues, needs daily medication. There was blood outside the home. This is a dire situation, and you have a family who is desperately looking for answers. And each time this case goes in a 180, and there's reports, even though it's been fought back by the sheriff's office, of a lack of cooperation between the FBI and the sheriff's office. It just adds, I just have to imagine it adds to the pain for the family. So I appreciate that. I know that you created this partially just for them and to help them in this case. Did you reach out to law enforcement? Have they reached out to you for your services?
I haven't seen any confirmed.
No, I'm retired, and I didn't want to hear bureaucrats say no. I think you understand that. And I've helped get back 8 kidnapping victims, and I've been with the loved ones that are missing their kidnapped person. And it's insane torture. It's the worst torture. It's worse than a murder, because if it's a murder, it's peaceful. It's real sad, but you can have a funeral. But I've been with people, and it's insane, and it's unbearable, because every moment, every second, they're going, what's happening? Is my mama dying? Can I stop that? Can I stop that happening? But they don't even know. It's insane torture. So I was so frustrated. And when you're real emotional, you draw better. So I just did the best I could. And I could see the eyes, the bottom of the nose, top of the lip, the thickness of the mustache. So I replicated that with the eye. And the mustache color I put in the eyebrows. And I put in hair because of his attitude, his body. He seemed spunky. He seemed energetic. He didn't seem down. I just didn't think he had a shaved head. I don't know. I have instincts that have paid off.
Do you know what, do you have an idea of what ethnicity he is?
No, he could be Latino, white, Lebanese, Egyptian, New Zealand, Irish with dark skin. Like, I'm Irish, I got dark skin. I don't know. No, I don't know. But I've had skull reconstructions where the skull is just crushed, and it was hundreds of bones. And I got that skull made so close that the mom recognized it. So you got to have a sixth sense to do it, and you got to be a masochist. I hope they catch him tonight. I hope those people they arrested are it. And if my sketch is wrong, I'll take the hit. But I had to help because I've been with loved ones of people that were kidnapped. It's unbearable.
Yeah.
I want Nancy back. That's all. You
So do a lot of
understand?
people. So does the family, and a lot of people are invested in trying to have Nancy be safely returned to her family. Look, you did a great service tonight. If you are accurate and somebody sees somebody, let's say in the Pima County area, the Tucson area, and it's like, wait a minute, that looks very similar to somebody I know. This is going to be a big break, but we shall wait and see. Thank you so much, Lois. Really appreciate it. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right. We are at
This is Alex. Alex needed help investing his savings. With his
we got a couple more minutes, folks.
Detained, but down the street also there's a Culver's. How far is the Culver's from here?
I'm gonna wrap this one up. I'm getting
3
tired.
miles. There's some situation going on at the Culver's. And then there's another place. I think there's multiple spots here dealing with the situation. That's all we know that this time. We'll try to get an understanding about who exactly this is. There's reports that are coming out saying mother and son. Might be in here for the long haul tonight. Might be in here for the long haul tonight, waiting for more neighbors or people coming out because some people don't have ID, can't get back in. No, I know there's something going on. I see FBI at another scene. I'm gonna stay here for a bit. But yeah, now Pima County Sheriff, they put out some statement that said, as far as former Attorney General or former county prosecutor, it's inaccurate. So trying to find out more on that one.
Yeah, I heard that too.
But the talk around here, people are saying it's some sort of Airbnb rental property down there. Or short-term rental. It will all iron itself out, so we'll see who this is and why they did this to Nancy and where is Nancy. Haven't heard anything about a coroner or anything at the scene. Some people have been posting online about a coroner, but I haven't seen a coroner at all. What we saw was about 30 or 40 law enforcement FBI vehicles go in there. Oh, man, there's like a giant media staging ground in this particular area. Which street do you live? That way or down there? Oh, okay.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
I think this is going to be a majorly active crime scene all night. We need
right?
149. 149. We might not get it because I'm going to wrap up in about 11 minutes. I'm starting to get tired. We're going to come back with News Nation here in a moment. Tucson, KOVA, yeah. KVOA. Waiting for News Nation. Okay, hang on here. Hang on here. Okay. We have a report. KOVA Tucson. And I'm going to share this just so we can get the facts straight. Okay. Wow. 3 suspects detained, 1 dead, according to Shadow Hill's neighbor. Shadow Hill's resident tells News 4 Tucson that she witnessed 3 people being detained during a SWAT operation on Friday night. According to an unconfirmed report by a neighbor, another person shot himself in the head. Wow. We get the StockX ad. This comes after a SWAT situation occurred in Shadow Hill's neighbor on February 13th. A man and woman were detained at the house, and a third person was detained in a traffic stop, according to sources close to the investigation. Wow. Wow. So they are saying that someone did pass away. Let's go back to News Nation, see what they
Which
said.
we talked about before, that there was reports of a white van in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. I don't know if that's exactly what they were looking for, but what we can report to you now, this is new. News Nation has learned that the man who was detained during that traffic stop, again, believed to be connected to that SWAT operation, was believed to be on his way to the home where this operation happened at the time of the traffic stop. We don't know if he was arrested. We don't know if he was taken into custody. We're hoping to learn a little bit more information. I want to bring on legendary former homicide detective Phil Waters. Thank you so much, my friend, for taking the time. You just heard what I said. There was this traffic stop. There's a SWAT operation. You have been a part of these before. What are you seeing that we're not seeing?
Well, first thing I want to tell you is I was glad to see Lois Gibson. I had the honor and privilege of working with her for 23 years at the Homicide Division at HPD, and you're not going to find a better sketch artist anywhere in the world. Very passionate about what she does, and we'll see what the results are about this sketch. In regards to the operation that we're seeing here, look, these things take place based on where the evidence is leading the detectives. And we are seeing enough evidence that has led them to draft a search warrant on another residence, and they are in the process of executing that search warrant. Now, this individual that was stopped, if he is in fact tied to the residence where they're executing the search warrant, then again, they're doing their due diligence. I imagine this residence has been under surveillance for a number of hours. They have been rolling surveillance on this particular subject. And when the time came to execute the search warrant, that was the time to take him down and put him into custody in some form or fashion, whether he's being detained or he's actually under arrest. So what we're seeing here in real time.
And Phil, just to interrupt, we just saw forensic trucks leaving the scene. What does that tell you?
Well, there is something there that they're gathering evidence. I mean, they are there for the purpose of processing that particular scene. Wherever this search warrant's being executed, if this van is part of the scenario, they're going to be processing the van. I would imagine at this point, we've brought the FBI. People need to remember, too, I know you've talked about these little disputes that have been going on, supposedly being put out there by some unnamed source within law enforcement. That is noise. It shouldn't be happening. I've been involved in these multi-agency FBI and support. The Pima County Sheriff's Office is running this investigation. It is theirs. And the FBI has been brought in as a support for resources that the Sheriff's Office doesn't have. And primarily, they're functioning with the
day 13 in this. And remember, this comes on the heels of them saying they found DNA in her house, not of her or anybody connected to her. The problem is, Phil, what complicates this is what lab it's being sent to. There's a whole back and forth that it's not apparently being sent to, the gloves not being sent to Quantico. They're sending it to a private lab. Apparently this lab, as far as I could see, doesn't even have a direct connection to CODIS. But you tell me what you're thinking.
Well, I would just.
I don't think this is live. Because I'm looking at the time. I think we're off here a little bit. Hang on here. This is not live. This is a fucking, we've been playing that. No, it is live. Or are they just playing video from
Because
earlier?
it's a private lab
It's a
that
B-roll.
cannot directly enter into CODIS. They can provide all the results of their processing to a government agency, i.e. the FBI, the sheriff's office, whomever, and it will be entered into CODIS.
Right.
So to me, that's a red herring that's been thrown out there to confuse this thing. So I don't think it's an issue.
Fair enough. And again, this is
Is Fox live right now? Let's see. I'm going to go to bed in about 4 minutes anyway. I don't think we're going to hit. Fox should be live right now, right? No. Here's today at 12 p.m. All right. Well, let's do this. I think we're in a major holding pattern right now. I was just looking at JLR again. And we're in a holding pattern. Let me check the Pima County Sheriff's Department X account, because they said they were going to have a press conference, but I don't think that's going to happen until the morning, the wee hours of the morning. Okay, hang on a second. Let's see. Okay, we have a new tweet 9 minutes ago from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Ave related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation, at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. That's it. That's it. That's all we're going to get tonight. Yeah, you already did segments. All right, everybody. We're going to wrap this one up. Yeah, it was a replay. That's okay. We got to hang out, spend some time together till 2 a.m. Eastern. All right, I'm going to get some rest, and then I'll be back tomorrow to report, and we'll go from there. We'll get some rest. We'll come back in the morning. Sound good? How many subs do I have left? Let's see. I think it's going to be tomorrow when we hit it. I am at, we need 129. So maybe it happens overnight, right? It's okay. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. All the new subs, all the people that contributed tonight, all the super chats, all the Venmos, all the Cash Apps. You guys are amazing. Amazing. And we're going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen. But let's all get some rest. It's time to get some rest. I think we're in a holding pattern. It's 1:29 a.m. or else chat. That's so funny. All right, everybody. Let's get some rest. Let's get some rest. All right, we're going to wrap this one up. Go watch JLR if you want to watch the real time. I'll drop his link in the chat. All right, go watch JLR. I'll drop the link to his stream. He's got 45,000 people watching. Wow. Good for him. He's great. There you go. Boots on the ground. All right, everybody. I'm going to head out. When we get some updates in the morning, I'll come up and do a morning show in the morning. I'll do a morning show in the morning. I'm tired. All right, everybody. Good night. Be safe. God bless. And please, I hope they find Nancy and bring her home. I do.
This is really really sad situation. So talk to everybody soon. Good night.